Good afternoon, everybody. The town of Hinton respectfully acknowledges that it is located on Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation Region Number 4. These are the traditional territories and ancestral lands of Indigenous peoples, including the Plains Cree First Nations, Assiniboine, Winnewac, Rocky Mountain First Nations, the Stoney, Tsuut'ina, Nakota, Denisuline, Saulteaux, Mountain Métis, Michif, and many other communities that continue to enrich the land on which the town of Hinton was established. And with that, I will call the Committee of the Whole meeting for January 25th, 2022 to order. And we will begin with the adoption of the agenda. Yes, Councillor Labarge.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would like to add an item 3 under discussion items. It's pretty straightforward, no background, but the April 5th meeting is, I think there's 3 councillors going to the EDA conference. And I'd like to give lots of heads up and to move that meeting on the 5th to the 4th, because everything starts on the 5th. We'd like to get down there on the 5th.
Council, thank you, Councillor Labarge. Council, we have a recommendation to add an item to our discussion items. Council, is there any other suggested changes? Administration?
Thank you, Chair. A couple that we would like to proceed with at the consideration of council. We do have the initial delegation with Fortis Alberta. A portion of that was originally proposed to proceed under closed session. We have been in discussions with Fortis, and they are prepared to stay in open session for that entire matter. And so administration is requesting that that initial closed session item reading Fortis Alberta franchise agreement renewal, that be removed and the entire matter proceed in open session.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
I do, sir, have a second item. As the members of the commission are aware, or committee are aware, excuse me, under the town's rapid housing initiative, thankfully, and we celebrate that CMHC has officially conditionally awarded that $2.3 million grant. So the press release did come up today, and that was frankly really the only reason why closed session item 1, rapid housing initiative contribution, was in closed session. So administration, with the news today, is requesting that that item move out of closed session and become action item 3.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Councillor Taylor?
Discussion item 2, affordable seniors housing Bhutans. I thought that was going to be in camera because that involved a private guy coming to us to talk to us.
Yeah, and if I may, Councillor Taylor, we discussed that, and if we need to move in camera, and if you'd like to move in camera, we certainly can do that. We were prepared to do that.
All right, sorry. Okay.
Council, administration, any other changes recommended to the agenda as proposed? Councillor Labarge?
I recommend to adopt the agenda as amended.
Move to adopt the amended agenda. Council, any discussion? Seeing none, we'll call that to question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We will begin with our citizens minute with council. And Mr. McDonald, if you could, just for anybody who's watching and for the record, if you could state your name, and then please feel free to let us know what's going on.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bill McDonald. Okay, Council, I'm here today regarding the Town of Hinton Small Business Grant Program. $100,000 from the COVID relief was put forth to this program with an application process for up to $750. From this $100,000, close to $6,000 was applied for this from the businesses in town, leaving just about $94,000 left. Clearly, this program failed. A survey was put forth this past couple of months from your economic development office of 55 businesses in town, which only 20 responded back. We have over 600 businesses in town, according to your Hinton Business Directory. Tonight, council is being advised how to spend the remaining funds. I'm hoping maybe one of you could ask, 1, from the $94,000, Why is only 60,000 available? Where's the other 34,000? Could a list of those 55 businesses that were contacted be made available to you? 3, the Valley Business Association has been asking for years to have signage on the highway. Signage that simply says Hinton Valley Shopping Center or District. Over 2 decades ago, we had a huge sign on the highway, which was removed by Highways. About 6 months ago, Scott, your Economic Development Officer, had stated to us that approval was given, then the cost of the signs was not in his budget. 4 Valley merchants stepped up to pay for these signs. Now we're being given the runaround on who installs them. Have these signs even been ordered? Not. Maybe this is where some of the 94,000 or could go to, or is it 60,000? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Jen, do we have anybody else that's slated for Citizens Minute with Council? No. Thank you very much. We will move into delegations and presentations, beginning with Fortis Alberta franchise fee agreement presentation.
There we go.
Nikki, can you hear us? I apologize. I was just having some obviously technical difficulty. Just making sure I got on. It booted me out for some strange reason, so I apologize for that.
Great. Well, thanks for joining us today, Nikki. So we'll turn the floor over to you for the presentation. And then, of course, our first item will be the all of the franchise agreement information. So we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, great. Just really quick, will someone be streaming the presentation or would you like
It's like the presentation that you had sent to us earlier.
Yeah, do you guys have that or do I need to share my
It's part of our agenda package.
Okay.
Council, do you need to see it up on the screen or can you follow along with your packages?
People watching.
Okay. Jen, do you have access to it? Nikki, if you can share your screen, that would be great.
Okay, I'm gonna try and do that. And I apologize, I'm a Teams user, so using Zoom is new for me. So give me 2 seconds, I'll try to work out what I need to figure out here. Just need to figure out where the share my screen button is. I apologize, this is a...
It should be at the very bottom of your screen, I believe. Bottom, middle, slightly to the right. Should be a button that says share.
Bottom, middle, right. Okay, give me a sec here. Okay. Share screen. All right, I think I've got it, you guys. My apologies here. Please let me know when you can see my screen. I'm gonna go with not yet.
Not yet.
All right, something's going on here. I've lost my little window here, so here we go.
And
Not what you want to
you
see.
can see your calendar. There you go. Now we can see
There
it.
we go. Okay, so my apologies. All right, so thank you and good evening. Thank you to through to the chair and to all of council. Thank you for allowing Fortis to present today. My name is Nikki Smith. I am the Stakeholder Relations Manager for the town of Hinton. And I was supposed to have Dave on the call with us. He's my manager, but he unfortunately couldn't make it today. So I'm the lucky one. So you all know who Fortis Alberta is, but I am going to give a quick highlight of who we are. So Fortis Alberta provides safe and reliable electricity to more than 574,000 residential, commercial, and industrial customers. We own and operate approximately 128,000 kilometers of power line, and we operate in 240 communities. As you can see, Fortis and Hinton have been working together for a long time, and we've been in your community for many years. We're your trusted distribution provider, and we value the relationship that we have developed over the years. We also employ 1,100 Albertans that live and work in our communities that we serve. And I'm sure that you guys are aware we do have 2 in Hinton, and we have a Hinton office out there. And we also have 6 in the town of Edson that support the 2 Hinton guys out in the area. Oh, I did want to, if I can go back here, sorry. Just so you guys know, the dark blue is in this area here is everywhere that Fortis Alberta serves, and everywhere else here is ADCO outside of Edmonton and Calgary. They're their own distribution company. Okay. I'll put this out there. If anybody wants to ask any questions along the way, you can feel free to interrupt, or you can wait till the end of the presentation. It's entirely up to you how you guys want to do that if you have any questions. So if you feel that you want to ask while we're going through, that's fine with me too. If you want to wait to the end, that's fine with me as well. Okay. So the renewal of the franchise agreement. We're here seeking today council approval to renew the electric distribution system franchise agreement for an additional 5 years. In 2012, Fortis and Hinton started the process to enter into the current franchise agreement and bylaw 1071. The current franchise agreement was effective January 1st, 2013, and this included a 10-year term and 2 5-year extensions. That was approved at the AUC and implemented in effectively for January 1st, 2013. The 10-year term is set to expire on December 31st, 2022 at the end of the year. So we're here today to share some information regarding the franchise agreement. Whoops, I'm sorry. In addition to the renewal process. And just seeking your support for the renewal. And then we can provide safe and reliable service to the end of December 2027. So as part of that process, Fortis Alberta provides a written notice to the town of Hinton with our intention and to extend that term. And that email was sent to interim CAO Laura Howarth, December 1st, 2021, and it included the renewal letter. I'm not sure if the renewal letter is included in the package, but I did send it along in case that anybody was looking for a copy of that. So once that renewal letter is signed, Fortis Alberta, this can be submitted, to Fortis Alberta, and then we'll submit into the AUC and get that final approval, and then the agreement becomes effective January 1st, 2023. That letter does not require 3 readings. The CAO can sign that letter and submit it back to Fortis. The reason it doesn't have to be the 3 readings aren't required is because the 3 readings were part of the original 2012 process for that new standard agreement. Okay. So what is a franchise agreement? The loaded question. The franchise agreement is an agreement and a bylaw between Fortis and the municipality. This provides exclusive electric distribution services to the residents within the municipal boundaries. And Fortis owns and operates and maintains that system. And the agreement allows Fortis to access municipal owned lands for the utility of the infrastructure. The franchise agreement contains service levels and that will benefit the municipality as well. It forms that partnership and ensuring high level customer satisfaction. So as you can see, there's a number of benefits that are listed here under the on this slide. I'm only going to hit a few of them. If you have any questions along the way, please ask. Otherwise, I'm just going to hit some of them. Just I know regarding time wise, I don't want to spend hours taking up your time. So we'll just go through some of those high level ones. What I will tell you is in a coming slide, the history. We'll talk about some of these benefits. When this standard agreement was initially brought forth, a lot of these benefits were incorporated into the franchise agreement to be a standard agreement across Alberta. So a lot of these benefits weren't in a previous agreement that we have had with many municipalities, and they were all one-offs. So in this case, we've tried to take a lot of those benefits and put them into the agreement so they're there and they're available as a standard across Alberta. And I'll get into that history part of it in a future slide. So the franchise agreement formulates a long-term commitment and partnership to deliver safe and reliable electricity within the municipal service area. In turn, establishes Fortis exclusivity to provide electric distribution service and the use of the right-of-ways. The financial stability in consideration, municipalities can secure long-term revenue stream that is not exposed to normal market downturns or recessions by way of the franchise fees and linear taxes. As such, long-term commitments assist Fortis to obtain some favorable interest rates, which gives the ability to invest in our communities. These funds that we invest usually will go to new services, upgrades to build services within the communities. And if you guys are familiar with when new services are built, new streetlights are installed, we have investment that we put towards those costs. And that's how we are able to secure those construction costs at low costs and such. So the streetlights, as I'm talking about streetlights and service levels. So Fortis makes it easy for the municipality because we own the streetlights and we maintain those streetlights. We have service levels associated to those streetlights. As an example, we have lights patrol that is done on a monthly basis from September 15th to May 15th. And if any of those streetlights are not repaired within those 2 week period, we do give a credit of 2 months worth of distribution charges back to the municipality. And that refund credit for anything that we haven't repaired is done on a yearly basis. And traditionally we would show that in the franchise, presentation that we would do on a yearly basis. However,
Nikki, I have a question from Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor?
Sure.
Since you're talking about streetlights, we switched to LED streetlights.
Mhm.
And I assume we signed some sort of agreement with you, probably your non-standard sort of agreement.
Okay.
So I guess my question is, we were going to pay off the costs of that with the LED, and then your electrical savings was going to come to the taxpayers in Hinton.
Yes.
Where are we in that process?
So through to, if I can just back up a little bit there, we had not signed a non-standard agreement. What we did is we provided all of our municipalities the LED conversion program. And so that conversion program consisted of us, Fortis Alberta, changing out those existing HPS lights to LED lights, and at no upfront cost to the municipality. In turn, what we're calling a maintenance multiplier would have been added to that streetlight portion of the bill. So over the past, I believe it was in 2016, if I recall off the top of my head, and I'm going back there, so that date might be off, but I'm pretty sure it was 2016. When that maintenance multiplier was applied and the letter that was signed off from council to convert to the LED lights, we had a 10% maintenance multiplier, and year over year that maintenance multiplier has been reduced. And this year, I believe I just saw it come out. I think it's at 7% now. So the idea was the energy savings on your retail portion of the bill would offset that maintenance multiplier that was added to the distribution portion of that streetlight bill. So they would kind of offset. And now that the percentage is getting less year over year, eventually over the period of time, we will get rid of that maintenance multiplier. And then you would see that overall savings as a whole. However, we still have that duration to come down. So I don't have an exact date as to when the maintenance multiplier will go away, but every year when we apply our rates to the AUC, the Alberta Utility Commission, we always look at those streetlights and we try to reduce the maintenance multiplier. Does that answer your question? I know that was a lot of information, but does that help answer your question?
Is it 10 or 15 years when we finish paying for it?
Yeah, you know, over that duration of the street light, that's usually what we're saying, is that it'll be over the life of that head, that street light head, which can be anywhere from 20 to 25 years, or sorry, I'm sorry, 15 to 25 years. So you're right, over a 10 to 15 year period. But again, don't quote me on that time frame because it could go away next year. It just sort of depends on when we're doing our rates and how our regulatory does their calculations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Nikki. Please continue.
Thank you. Okay, so just talking about those streetlights. Now, I know one thing I'd like to add with the streetlights, I know there's a number of Alberta transportation streetlights that are, there's a mix match of lights. There's Fortis Alberta owned streetlights on the highway. There's Town of Hinton owned streetlights that are what we call our rate 33 light. And then we have Alberta transportation streetlights. So I'm trying to work internally and with Alberta Transportation to try to figure out how we can end the confusion, because I know there's been a number of situations, sorry, I couldn't spit that out, situations where everybody thinks to call Fortis for their lights because we own majority of the lights within the town. But when it comes to the Alberta Transportation, we don't, and we can only change the head and the eye on the brand new lights that Alberta Transportation has transferred over and converted. So there's a lot of confusion around what we can do, what we can't do, who owns what along the highway. So I appreciate the confusion. We are trying to work internally and with Alberta Transportation. There's been a lot of change with Alberta Transportation and the minister and the people working that are a little bit higher level than just the operations folks. So please bear with us. It's gonna one day we'll get that figured out, I promise. So anyway, I'll move off of streetlights. I'm going to talk a little bit about the increase in the boundaries. This is through the annexation. So one of the things that we've incorporated in, that was incorporated into the franchise agreement is around annexations. So when there's an annexation, all of those, the infrastructure or the services that are within that annexed area, Fortis Alberta will work and make sure that that distribution has moved everything over into the Fortis, if it's a third party versus Fortis Alberta owning the infrastructure. And we would take care of all of the stuff around that annexation. So that was not in the previous agreement, any previous agreement. So that was a little bit of a win for the municipality because we'll do all that work associated with that. Construction and maintenance, talk a little bit about that. So we're trying to keep you guys informed, keep you and your community informed. So we have a number of things going on under the construction and maintenance portion of the agreement. We have projects approval processes. We have municipal approvals on projects over $100,000. We've provided notifications for projects that are under $100,000. So we're keeping you guys informed of everything that's going on with the projects in your town. Over and above all of that, we take care of all of the third-party approvals, such as other utilities, Crown, other pipelines, you know, what have you. So we manage all of that with those projects. And then we're also responsible for any of the restoration of the municipal property after construction or maintenance. So that's also another big thing. Any damages that are done, Fortis Alberta will make sure, and it states that in the agreement. So if anybody challenges that, always go back to the agreement to say, it says in here, you know, the restoration is the responsibility of Fortis. The joint use of our facilities. This is another really big one. With the agreement, this allows access to our facilities for municipal non-commercial purposes. So what that means is to be able to have fiber optic and Wi-Fi on our system. So if you needed to put some of those up on and utilize our poles, that's the availability is there for you. The banners, the Christmas lights, the planters, speed and street signage, security cameras, those types of things are all with the agreement in place allows the municipality to utilize our infrastructure for those types of things. One thing I will mention is that for any third-party attachments, so that would be anything that's owned outside of the town of Hinton, that would be something that would need to be municipally approved before they could install anything on our poles, as an example. So if a developer is out and they have a subdivision there and they want to utilize our streetlights to have their logo on the banners, that would have to get approved through the town of Hinton before that we would allow that to go up on our streetlights. That would also include any third party, like sometimes you'll see signs or banners that will have like snowmo days or some kind of festival going on. Any of those types of ones would also need to get approved before we'll allow that to happen. So you guys are aware of what's going to be on your streetlights and in your community. So sponsorships, grants, and local community sponsored events. I'd like to just let you guys know we do have a new platform for that donation request and that application request. It is on our website. So if anybody's interested, I could certainly direct you to the Fortis Alberta website as to where that application process is. But some of the sponsorships with the agreement in place, it just ensures that alignment for any of the criteria required for Fortis Alberta. And we work with the municipalities to ensure that you've got all that proper criteria that we follow. We do have some pillars that are associated with sponsorships, such as safety, environmental. There's a couple of other ones as well, but nonetheless, we will always make sure that the municipality is aligned with that. So some examples of grants and sponsorships we have are the Community Naturalization Grant, the tree planting grants, energy efficient grants. We have some green up grants in the schools. We have the ZAP program that is in the grade 5 electrical safety program. We have local sponsorships with the chamber. We have done community sponsorships like rodeos, centennial celebrations, and some festivals. And we donate to the food bank every year. So those are just some of the highlights of what we do in our communities with some franchise agreements, and specifically in the town of Hinton. We've, like I said, we've donated every year to the food bank, but we've also donated $2,000 to the Northern Rockies Museum to purchase an AED machine. We've also donated $430 to the United Way of Hinton. And we've done a $3,000 grant toward LED lighting that was sent to the town. And then we've also done the Green Up grant for the St. Georgie Catholic School, elementary school. And then we've also donated $500 to the Arts of Fire a number of years ago. So just as some examples of some of the stuff we've done over the past 5 years in the town of Hinton. And lastly, the additional services. This was incorporated into the franchise agreement through the negotiations. So what the additional services means is Fortis Alberta is working with municipalities to pilot and implement additional services that's outside of the normal. So as an example, it would allow both parties to incorporate additional services and utilize Fortis Alberta's financial capital for that municipal project. And then it can be paid for over the long term of the agreement. So as an example, the Wi-Fi and the 5G broadband right now is a big one that people are starting to utilize the additional services. This allows, you could have anything from continuing the streetlight, checking of the street lights or linemen. Instead of doing it from May until September till May, you could do it all year long if you wanted to. So it's just different things that you could pay for through that Schedule B process over a long term versus right up front, if you will.
Hey, Nikki, I've got another question here.
No, that's right.
No, never mind. We're good.
Excellent. Okay, the history. So the history, I talked a little bit about that at the beginning. In 2010, Fortis Alberta, ADCO, and the Alberta municipalities, which is the formerly AUMA, they started negotiations using the old 2001 agreement. That agreement that they started with, as I think it mentions in here, there were a lot of one-offs, and we would change the agreement for each municipality. So back in 2010, we started to negotiate to come up between those three parties a standard agreement that's across Alberta. So in 2012, that was implemented. It was approved by the AUC in September 28th, 2012. And the decision was 2012-255, if anybody is interested in knowing. But basically what was developed was the standard agreement that is used across Alberta between all of the, well, not all, but basically Fortis and ADCO are the larger distribution companies throughout the province. And one thing that you might not know, because you are some new council over there, Hinton was our pilot municipality for this first standard agreement, and it was signed and implemented in Fortis Alberta Service Territory. So you guys were our pilot and our first one, and you're now your first one for the renewal. So kind of just flows down that way, but. Any questions about the history? I think probably a good.
Council, any questions? Nope, I am seeing none.
So the franchise fees. What is a franchise fee? The franchise fee is a form of payment, kind of like a rent, that the utility companies pay for being allowed to access lands to construct, maintain, and operate distribution systems and provide exclusivity to the utility. The franchise fees allows the municipality to collect an additional revenue source that is collected from all distribution users, including non-taxpayers. So some of those non-taxpayers are going to be religious organizations, renters, schools, any federal or provincial government sites that are exempt from paying municipal taxes. Franchise fees are determined and controlled and approved solely by council. So council decides what they are, if they increase, if they decrease, and if you have any, for that matter. All franchise fees can range up from 0 to 20%. Fees can be changed by the municipality on an annual basis within that cap of 20%, and fees are all approved by the AUC after council approval, of course. Franchise fees are calculated on the distribution and transmission component of the distribution tariff. So that's only going to be, it's not going to include any riders. It's not going to include any of the retail charges. So the franchise fees are only charged on the distribution and transmission component. Fees are recovered on municipality specific basis. Fortis Alberta collects this fee from the ratepayers and flows it back to the municipality on a monthly basis. I'm just going to check my notes because I haven't been flipping my pages. I'm sorry. Just make sure I've captured all the stuff. Good to go.
Nikki, while you're looking there, can I have a counselor with a question.
Absolutely. I was just going to say, does anybody have any questions on the franchise fees?
Councillor Taylor.
So these fees change with energy consumptions, energy consumption, correct?
They can. Yes, they can. Because they're based on the transmission and distribution component. If the consumption is higher or lower, that will impact either way. It will fluctuate either way.
I'm wondering what the variability is for business and residential, because I can see that there's a big difference in the franchise fee with some of our towns that we compete for business with.
Okay.
So I'm wondering what if an energy intensive business sort of came to one of the wanted to come to this region, if these lower fees in other towns would be enough of an incentive for them to pick another town versus us. What's the variability in that fee for an energy intensive company? Would it be enough?
I mean, I can't answer that. What I can tell you is that I do have some municipalities, specifically even in my area, that will they will adjust the franchise fee, or they won't adjust the franchise fee. They will adjust what the franchise fee will be, and they will have an adjustment maybe, I don't know how they do this, but it's between the company, let's call it a mill. I'll just use them as an example because they're a larger user in many municipalities. So they will have a contract between the mill and the town, and whatever those franchise fees are, they will provide them perhaps maybe a reduced tax reduction, or perhaps some other form of to kind of offset those franchise fees. Does that make sense?
So you don't have to have one fee for everybody. You could have a lower fee with, for a large company.
No, we would adjust on our side.
Correct. That's correct. You would adjust on your side. You do have to have the same franchise fee for all. It wouldn't be possible for Fortis to try to maintain that, nor would the Alberta Utility Commission approve that. But as I say, internally, you could have some kind of contract between yourself and that large user to compensate for some of that fluctuation.
Oh, so we give a rebate or something.
Like property tax, whatever.
Okay.
Councilor Taylor, does that
Yeah,
clarify
that's
things?
that's very good. Thanks.
Perfect. Council, any additional questions on the franchise fees?
Good.
Perfect. Okay, thanks, Nikki.
No problem. Moving on to the municipal, I have a couple more slides. And that's it, I swear. Moving on to the municipal asset assessment rider, sorry. The A1 municipal assessment rider is commonly referred to as the linear taxes. The linear taxes are determined by the taxation authority working on behalf of the municipality. This is administered through the accordance with the Municipal Government Act. The linear tax is by rate class, and the A1 rider is the collection of taxes assessed to Fortis, Alberta by each municipality for its distribution facilities. So that's going to be the poles, the wires, the transformers within their boundaries. Typically, retailers combine the A1 rider and the franchise fee on the bills under what's called the local access fee. I'm sure you guys already know that, but I thought I would just point that out. Okay. Any questions on that slide?
No.
Nope. Okay. So this next slide is just wanted to provide you the amount that has been paid to the town of Hinton for the franchise fees and the linear taxes over the past 5 years based on what your franchise fee percentage was, and what the linear taxes were. So this is just kind of an overview. I've given you what your franchise fee percentage was for the past 5 years. And of course, this year it has gone down to 11.73%. So
Nikki, just 1 second, CAO.
Thanks, Nikki. I just, to council, when we amended the agenda,
Yep.
this and the next slide are the 2 slides that would have been in camera. So I apologize. I see some people checking around, so I apologize for any confusion.
Council page
We are now
3.
doing it entirely in open session. And so, sorry that this isn't in front of you, but it is up on the screen.
Thank you.
Council, it's located on page 3 of 62 of the closed session package.
thank you, CAO Hanlon, for clarifying. I wasn't sure what exactly was in the council package. I apologize. I should have asked. Anyway, so this just gives you an overview of the total amount collected for the town of Hinton based on the franchise fees and the linear taxes collected. Okay. And then lastly, I wanted to provide a comparison in terms of similar municipalities based on population and then surrounding communities around the town of Hinton. So just my caveat is the population data was collected from the Alberta government website. So if I'm off, I'm only using what was on the Alberta Municipal Government website. But basically, this can just show you where the town of Hinton is with respect to your surrounding municipalities. And then, of course, the similar municipalities to Hinton based on the population and the like for like, if you will, to what Hinton, and what your community offers near the mountains and so forth. So just to kind of give you a perspective of comparison, what that looks like for anybody that is interested in knowing. Any questions on that?
Council, any questions? No, not seeing any, Nikki.
Perfect. That seems easy. And then finally, just any questions. I thank you all for letting me ramble here for the last few minutes. I appreciate your time for sure. And really what I'm seeking is to move forward with the 5-year extension to get that process started. And if you have any questions at this point, please let me know. I'd be more than happy to try and answer.
Perfect. I have Councillor Taylor.
Some would say that the franchise fee timing, whenever it is, seems to come right before the budget is kind of inconvenient. And then, you got to do it for January 1st.
Yes.
It's in here, it says something about you don't have to do it that way. And then if we do it outside of that period, you will make your adjustments according to 5B, like as soon as reasonably possible. What does that mean?
I'll explain that to you. So you're right, on a yearly basis, we always provide what we call a franchise calculator to the CAO to be able to provide you some, the franchise fee for amounts collected for the following year. And this allows you through budget to decide if you would like to increase or decrease the franchise fee. So we have a process that once council approves or approves a decrease or increase, it does have to go to the AUC for approval. So that's that 45-day process. Of that process, which also includes the advertising of the bylaw and advertising of the increase or decrease change to the public also has to happen. And then again, once it's done its 45-day period, it gets submitted to the AUC. So that is a yearly process that we have set up with all of our municipalities. Now, if a municipality doesn't want to do it at that time, or they choose to do it at a different time, they can only apply one time. So as an example, I know you guys just changed to go lower this year. So if you wanted to apply again, say in April, then you could apply for that year, but then you wouldn't to decrease or increase. You wouldn't be able to apply again in October. Does that make sense? You can only do it once a year. So we have it standards so that it's always going to be at that end quarter to allow for the budgeting process for our municipalities and then getting it in effective for January 1st of the following year. If you wanted to do something similar, or if you miss that deadline, that's where it will be outside of the normal. So as an example, like I said earlier, if you wanted to do it in April, that's fine. You can do it in April. We don't necessarily recommend that because it goes outside of the normal process. But if that's something that the municipality would like to do, we will honor that, obviously. And then what would happen, it would come implemented pretty much would be the next quarter, because it would have to get through to the AUC. You have to allow for that 45 days for the advertising and so on and so forth. So the whole process still flows through, but it would just likely, it's usually the next quarter is what I've seen in the past. We don't have a lot of municipalities that do that, but we certainly have had where they've missed the deadline of getting it into us in November to submit to the AUC for January implementation. So then it would get to April 1st would be their next quarter to get implemented. Does that make sense?
Oh, no, perfect. Perfectly clear. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Labarge.
Thanks, Nikki. So I had a lot of questions about the streetlights here. Can I just take back to your comments about you referred to a maintenance multiplier? So do we pay a maintenance per streetlight on an annual basis? Is that how it works?
Okay, so the maintenance multiplier is something separate from the regular streetlight rate. So you will pay your monthly streetlight rate, which is a rate 31. We call them rate 31 streetlight rate. So you'll pay those monthly charges for each streetlight. Okay. Usually the distribution charges are about $25 per light per month per year. Okay. The maintenance multiplier, that's what is referred to in the LED conversion. It was just the wording they chose to use. That is separate from your streetlight rate. So although you're paying your streetlight rate for each streetlight, you do have a maintenance multiplier on all of the streetlights, because you have one site ID basically that with all of your streetlights, and you have a maintenance multiplier that's associated to that. And that was only for the LED conversion. That will eventually go away. And that's what I was talking about when the maintenance multiplier started off at 10%. It has now gone down to 7. So every year we review that, and it can be reduced when we apply for our rates.
I still don't get, what are we multiplying? Like, is it that $25 to maintain a light has nothing to do with what we're talking about then? So we can
Correct.
forget about that. So what premium are we paying for these LED lights? Like, what is it? And you said, well, we just kind of figure out what our rates are. It doesn't even sound like there's a contractual end to this.
There's contractual for sure. We all of our rates are approved at the AUC, the Alberta Utility Commission, every year. Actually, it's done quarterly, but every year they're approved at the Alberta Utility Commission. The maintenance multiplier that I'm referring to, that was for the conversion for the LED lights. So when we converted our streetlights from HPS to LED, rather than the municipality paying the upfront cost of $1,000 per head to change that HPS light to an LED, we paid for it, and you guys are paying that originally 10% maintenance multiplier back year over year. So you didn't pay the upfront cost for the changeover of the LED light, and that's being recovered over the next number of years.
I'm gonna go to CAO Hanlon.
Thank you, Chair. Nikki, I'm going to try a different tack perhaps for Councilor Labarge, and that is back in the day when we were looking at moving municipalities from HPS or high pressure sodium lights to these lights, often ATCO or Fortis would come and they give you a quote. They give you $180,000 to change out your entire municipality. And municipalities looked at that, and it was expensive, and there was no easy way to do this. And perhaps making maintenance multiplier is a little confusing, but in essence, Fortis has front-ended the cost of the conversion to all your LED lights. So they had to go into every light stand, the head, and the bulb itself, as I understand. Sorry, not using the right terms, Nikki. But in essence, the maintenance multiplier is your financing charge for that conversion. So you're paying back to Fortis. They front-ended the cost of all of the.
I get that, but what's the percentage? Like, the percentage is moving, it's a percentage of what?
What is, so Nikki, what that percentage at 7% now is, what is it multiplying on our bill?
Yeah.
It's multiplying the number of streetlights. So if you would like, I can find you the exact terminology.
You know what? I don't want to drag this down. I'm just trying to understand how we're paying for this. And I still don't, but I don't think it's a big enough issue to drag it on.
Well, if I may, Council, that's something we can send via email.
Yeah, that would be my preference. Thank you.
And request some numerical clarification.
Yeah.
Sure. And what I will also add is when to CAO Hanlon's perspective, how he tried to describe this, he was right. We were getting a lot of requests from municipalities on what it would cost to change to LED lights. And so if you had 100 lights, the quote would come back at $1,000 per head. However, because Fortis, we came up with this program, it was called the LED conversion program. And because Fortis can buy in bulk, we can get contractors at a reduced cost. We have the ability to do such. So we could reduce that cost of $1,000 per head that would be charged to the municipality. And we came up with a program that would help, one, change the HPS heads to LED, and then in turn, not having the municipality pay that full cost up front and then pay for it over time. So that maintenance multiplier that I'm referring to, it was a percentage of the overall cost. But I can definitely give you, to break that down, I can give you, in fact, you guys might even have a copy of that letter still. I know I have a copy of it. I'd have to go back into my email that was signed off from council to move forward with changing to the LED lights.
Perfect. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Deputy. Nikki, the money is paid to the town from Fortis. When do we receive that money?
Are you referring to the franchise fees and the linear taxes?
Yes.
It is submitted to the town.
on a monthly basis.
Oh, my.
It's monthly.
A month.
If you're referring to the streetlights that are not repaired in that 2-week period, that is done on a yearly basis.
Thank you.
Council,
Nikki, sorry, I'm sorry, Chair. Nikki, you just broke up there in the answer to Councilor Reese. I just want to confirm, so the franchise fees, the linear fee is reimbursed back to the municipality monthly?
Yes.
thank you. Council, Councilor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Nikki. Nice to see you again.
Hi.
I have a question regarding not specifically franchise fees, but it's related. We get a lot, I as councilor get a lot of questions from citizens just about utility bills in general and how fees and charges are calculated. And they are sometimes confusing, like franchise fee, for example, is it's based on distribution and transmission charges, but then on another layer, distribution and transmission charges are calculated from different sources as well. So I was just wondering, is there a resource that you can recommend where people could go online and maybe look up explanations of utility bill charges and how they're calculated?
Absolutely. And thank you. That's a really good question. I often, when I'm chatting with people and they have these sorts of questions, I always refer them to the UCA Helps. So that's the Utility Consumer Advocacy or Advocate, actually, I believe it's called. And so if they were to Google ucahelps.ca, that is a great resource. Not only talk about the distribution and transmission and the retail charges and what those things mean, but they also give you an overview of all of the retailers within our province that you can look at the different rates they offer, the different promos they offer, all of that sort of stuff. And it's all based on where you live. So that is a great resource for a lot of those questions. Outside of that, Fortis Alberta does have on our website, we do have some information around our rates and our tariffs and that type of stuff. That's a little bit more wordy, if you will, because we're talking about regulatory here. But I always refer people to the Utility Consumer Advocate. They are a great resource. You can go through the website and then you can also call them as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Taylor.
Before I forget, since you're sending information anyways, you offered to send a link for the sponsorship and grant.
Yep.
Can you do that when you send that information, please?
I absolutely can.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, anything else, Councilor Taylor?
No, we don't know. That's that question.
Okay. Council, anything further? No, I think that looks like that's about it, Nikki. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So just to confirm, I'm going to send you guys the LED conversion letter, which will explain that conversion back in 2016, I believe, and what that looked like. And then I'm also going to send you the link for the grants and the sponsorship application platform.
Perfect. Council, I think that sums it up. Was there anything additionally? No, Nikki, thank you so much. We really appreciate that.
Thank you very much. And I look forward to any questions that you guys might have after. Feel free to reach out anytime.
Awesome. Great. Thanks so much.
Bye, Nikki.
Bye. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, according to our amended agenda package, that moves us directly to our first action
Mr.
item.
Chair?
Oh,
Can I just ask a question before we move on?
Certainly.
I'd like to point it to Paul. Paul, in your experience, because it sounds like the big ones are Fortis and ATCO. So other distribution companies and do you know of instances where communities have chosen to change their distribution company and how that might work? I mean, anytime a contract's coming up, is the opportunity to extract.
Councilor Burst, to all of the committee, it's a great question, and I don't know that I've got a great answer for it.
Okay.
Because ATCO and Fortis will discuss at length that they own the infrastructure. And so how do you suddenly move on that map that we saw earlier of the light blue and the dark blue? How do you suddenly go from dark blue to light blue?
Well, I
light
just
blue to
noticed that
dark blue?
Jasper's on that
Yeah,
in her presentation.
yeah, and and the third party that's in here, it wouldn't affect the town so much, is the rural electrification authorities, the REAs. So rural electrification authorities are actually, they're creatures, they're creatures of the AUC that are intended to provide rural electrification to rural areas, not surprisingly. And so they compete as well with, they couldn't do anything in Hinton because the regulations, there's density of where people live and so forth. I've never been involved where you go from ACO to Fortis, Fortis to ACO. And so I'd have to do a little more research on that. So, it's a great
And
question.
listen, if there's no advantage, then who cares? But
The ones that I've seen is in my experience in rural areas, is where the rural electrification authorities were taking runs at either ATCO or Fortis to try and get their foot in some of those areas. And it becomes weird in those cases because, again, in the blue, the dark blue, it's owned by Fortis, the light blue, it's owned by ATCO. And so when an area decides to go with a rural electrification authority, it remains owned by those underlying companies, and they're obligated through the AUC to provide electricity to the rural electrician, the REA, and the REA then sells it back to its customers. So it's a really,
just because there is no, like she talked about all the advantages now in the franchise fee, they all flow to the distribution company. Our own citizens pay us back for their right to use that. So.
All right, council, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is, what's the next step for this 5-year extension to be signed? Do we need a direction from the committee to bring this to council?
Mayor, I would be more, I don't know that we need a motion of council, but for myself as CAO, I would prefer to bring it back and just simply seek authorization of council for the CAO to sign it. And so I will commit to bring that to a future meeting. We do have time. I won't delay it, but I would prefer, and we saw language in the presentation, and I'll just find the presentation where Fortis speaks to seeking council approval to renew the electrical distribution system franchise agreement for an additional 5 years. So when I hear that, I'm not really comfortable for me just to sign something where it says CAO sign. I would rather come back and seek a motion of council.
Please continue, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, thank you for that answer. I think it's maybe best for council. I'd be prepared to just give it direction. Might as well put it on the record if that's the intent of administration. And seeing that we have until the end of the year, and who knows, I know we're under a contract with Mr. Hanlon, so it depends when it comes. But I'd be comfortable to that committee direct administration to bring the Fortis agreement for decision at a future regular meeting of council before the end of August 2022. And if I may speak to that, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Yeah, with the comments of CEO Hanlon, I think it's good to just be on the record to know if there's any changes in, if that's the intent, then it's on the record and we'll deal with it before the end of August to ratify a contract with Fortis. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hawes, I had you next. Would you like to speak to the motion or go into a new queue?
No, I can speak to it.
Please.
I definitely, I support that. The only thing that I guess one question I have in regards specifically to the contract, if I could make a note, the definition of distribution tariff in the contract is very confusing. And that's a major, for me, that's the calculation of the like the consumption distribution. And it states means the distribution tariff prepared by the company and approved by the commission. I mean, the definition is pretty unclear of what exactly it is. So, you know, when you use the actual term in the definition, it's just really confusing. So I don't know, for me, I think, because that's, like I said, that's the major how they calculate that fee. So I think it needs to be clear in the contract. But other than that, I'm in support of this coming to council. So thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Just clarity, it's a 5-year contract that we negotiate every year. Is that correct?
It's a 5, so if I could, it's a 20, well, the first term was a 10-year. This is a option to renew for an additional 5. Your franchise fee, you have the capacity, if council wishes, to renegotiate and then take that back through Fortis to the Alberta Utilities Commission. But you don't have to, as you say, negotiate or renegotiate every year. You can just leave it. I think we're at 11.73%, and you can just leave it at that. And I would imagine through your budget process that typically your corporate services would come and kind of say, you have the opportunity to look at this. Nikki mentioned the calculator they use. It's really handy because it's got all the current data. You put 13% in and you see that you generate that much more revenue. But I heard some of council's comments here. It comes from the same ratepayer, the same wallet. So
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Council, we do have a direction on the floor. We'll have a look at that. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, if you could just indicate that reflects your intended direction. No worries.
I guess just for decision prior, but
Pardon, for decision?
yeah.
Interim CAO?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, if we could add Fortis Alberta Electric Distribution System Franchise Agreement renewal, just so it's consistent with.
Renewal?
I don't know that it needs renewal.
Okay.
That's the process. That's perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, any further discussion on that before we look to call that to question? Councillor Haas.
Just a clarifying question, if we're bringing for decision, do we want it at a committee or a regular meeting of council?
Thank you.
Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
originally a regular meeting of council.
Okay.
Perfect. So just thank you for that clarification. To a regular meeting of council. Perfect. For decision prior to August 31st, 2022. Council, any further discussion, comments, concerns? Seeing none, then we will call that to question. That committee direct administration to bring the Fortis Alberta Electric Distribution Franchise Agreement to a future regular meeting of council for decision prior to August 31st, 2022. Council, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Council, is there anything else on that before we proceed? Seeing none, we will proceed to our first action item on page 12 of our agenda package. This is the COVID-19 Resiliency Support Program Grant redeployment, and it will be presented by our CAO, Mr. Hannah.
Deputy Chair, I will actually hand this one off to Scott's with us, and I'm going to have Scott take us through this agenda item on page 12 of your package.
Perfect. Mr. Kovac, floor is yours.
Good evening, Interim CEO Hanlon through to the chairperson and council. Thank you for the opportunity. You have in front of you the admin report that speaks to the direction for me to provide a follow-up to a survey and make recommendations with regards to redeployment of the COVID-19 Resiliency Support Grant, which was originally implemented last year. I was directed at the December 21st meeting of regular council, motion MD 2427, to cease the operations and the advertising of the program and have the monies returned, and then provide outreach to the business community to identify possible new uses. And in that regard, through several months of November, December, and parts of January, actually it'd be December and January, pardon me, I reached out to 20 different businesses across the different business sectors in the community and different physical areas in the community, including hairdressers, plumbers, retailers, computer repair folks, truck drivers, media relations companies, and sought their advice based on a set of questions that I provided to them. And those questions are included. And there was an opportunity at some point, if they were unaware of the program, that I would describe the program to them and then proceed with asking them the questions about how they would choose to redeploy the program. And there were preformed questions, and it was an opportunity for the businesses as well to identify their personal suggestions, and that information is also included. Before I get into the details, what I'd like to do is maybe clear up some information related to a comment that was made earlier this evening. Initially, when this fund was identified and started, there was $100,000 that were earmarked, and $30,000 of that was identified to be associated with a community collaborative marketing effort, leaving $70,000 for the applications through our contractor Community Futures. And with Community Futures not having their audited statement done at this point in time, it was identified that there was approximately 10 loans that were applied for. And so there would be a rough balance left of $60,000 because we've got $30,000 allotted to the collaborative marketing, and the money that had been confirmed for the applications that had already been applied for, with several still to be processed from the end of December. So just wanted to clarify that, because you'll see that information about the $60,000 would perhaps, without enough background for the layperson, lead them to assume that there was some money that was not allotted or accounted for. So moving further on then, I did have the opportunity to contact the 20 businesses over that period of time, and the results showed that there was agreement for the options of A, B, and C, as well as specific attainable or achievable items as far as recommendations that were associated with exploring monies being redistributed to support a tourism destination organization, which is Explore Alberta Northern Rockies, which Council is aware of. We had brought some of that information to Council late last year, I believe, in November, to talk about how the town was supporting the development of a new tourism entity, and that we were looking at that point in time for them to give us general support for our application for a tourism relief fund through the federal government, just so that there's some context there. And there were also direct positive responses to the reallocation or redeployment of the funds, specifically to support a local business improvement program. And that business improvement program would go to those businesses that would, again, make access for renovations or improvements to their business. And this would be specific to the business. They could be a property owner and a business owner, but the intent for this program was not to put money into furnaces and roofs, but was to improve business operations through new, retail fixtures, or the addition of tables and chairs for those restaurants that wanted to operate their cafe businesses as on the sidewalk, as we had identified the opportunity for them to do in 2021 as well. And so the suggestion was that the remainder of the $60,000 be split between the two options equally, of $30,000 to support the destination management organization and the downtown or local improvement program.
I have, sorry, Mr. Kovacs, are you okay with questions as we go along?
Sure, certainly, please. I welcome them. Yes.
Perfect. So I guess high level question. For myself, I like good ideas when I hear them. One of the things about our citizen who appeared before council tonight that I appreciated was the notion of better signage for our Valley shopping district. It's been a pretty consistent concern I've heard over a number of years. I think it could play into this if it was the will of council. Can you give us a brief idea of where that program is and what council would need to do in order to move that along to fruition?
Chairperson McGowan through to council. Yes, certainly. And so the context here is that the Valley Business Association has been looking to increase its visibility and access to direct opportunities for customers into their area through work through the previous director of infrastructure. We had reached out to the Department of Transportation, and the information I was given initially was that we would have to go ahead to do that. However, due to or with a little more follow-up, what has happened is that there's an understanding that I was not aware of before, that LEDCOR has the franchise agreement for signage, for repair, and for construction, and that the Department of Transportation oversees the content of the sign and the sign size and visibility for safety reasons. And between the two of them, it has come to my attention that I did not have the right information. I was led to believe that we could proceed to do the signs on our own and have our maintenance crew or our public works crew be involved. And however, that's not the case. And so recently I reached out to John Matnew, who is our new person in public services, and we are going to tackle this issue. But the reality is, at the end of the day, that we have to have the approval from two bodies. One is LEDCOR as the contractor, and one from transportation from a safety perspective. And we have identified that the cost would be based on what the Valley Business Association was looking for, to rewrite or edit two of the tiles, because we cannot change the amount of sign or the size that's there. The cost would be, approximately, I believe, $1,600 to $2,000, including the cost of the installation. And so, quite prepared to entertain assisting in our budget or through the grant process, but I am not in a position to say yes or no to the signs, because that has to be, again, in a relationship between transportation, LEDCOR, and the town, or the individuals or companies that want to change the sign. I'm hoping that information is suffice, Chairperson.
Yeah, so far, I'll turn it over to my colleagues, Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a proposed direction, but I'm gonna talk to council first, though, because it's a little bit convoluted. Because in this instant, there isn't really a recommendation from administration other than the recommendations to have it come forward for decision. There is kind of a recommendation that's buried in the body of the report. So it's on page 3 of 4 of the report, which is page 14 of your package. It's the last paragraph right above implications of decision. So it says, based on the information collected indicating specific support. So if everybody's there. So I'd like to make a direction, please. Pretty long, trying to go slow. The committee direct administration to amend the wording of the recommendation 2, quotation mark. Redeployment of the remaining COVID-19 Resiliency Support Program Fund. Support Program Fund.
Support, sorry.
Bracket approximately $60,000 bracket.
Sorry, brackets, not quotation marks.
Oh, sorry.
Nope, sorry, Jen,
What is that?
the parentheses, like not the parentheses, the open and close
Brackets.
brackets above key number 9 and key number 0.
What do you want?
So just, yeah, approximately $60,000 should be in open bracket, close bracket.
There we go.
I'm like, that.
Yeah, there we go. That's to support a destination management organization. Bracket, approximately $30,000 bracket. And to offset cost of the additional request for $30,000 to provide visitor services in the peak summer season. As requested by the Hinton and District Chamber of Commerce. Probably long enough. If I could speak. to
Yes,
it.
please, Counselor.
So this is similar to the recommendation of administration in that it's supporting the development of the destination management organization. However, the second part, the part about the business beautification program, I switched out in favor of using it to fund the $30,000 that was in the budget ask by the chamber to provide visitor services during peak summer season. The reason I'm requesting that is in the business survey, just about every business that was contacted supported A, which was specific development projects, and B, specific tourism related projects such as marketing. I think this supports both A and B. Conversely, the $30,000 for business improvement, if it's $5,000 per business, there's only 6 businesses that could take advantage of it. And I'm not sure that that's the best use of that kind of a fund. The other reason I feel it would be a good use of that money's available. It doesn't have to come from taxation. It doesn't have to come from reserves. And I think moving forward through budget discussion, council and administration are likely both going to be pretty challenged to be able to be creative enough to find savings to be able to achieve a tax rate goal that was directed by previous council. So I think this helps achieve that. And that's why I'm making this recommendation to direct administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Labarge and Counselor Race.
I'm actually good.
Okay. Counselor Race?
You know what, my questions were prior to the motion that was, for the direction that was made, so I'll
Do you want me to put you back in queue, Councillor Rice?
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I have you in the top of the queue for after calling the question. Council, we do have a direction on the floor from Councillor Stashik, Councillor Taylor.
No, that's excellent. So your intention would be to go back to this chart and turn off to out the $30,000 for the Chamber of Commerce Visitor Center thing.
Please.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the suggestion is that that $30,000 no longer be funded through taxation. That $30,000 is still available, still going to the Chamber of Commerce so that they can provide visitor services during the summer to help enhance our tourism industry and help promote local business, local tourism businesses, get people to stay here. But it doesn't have to be funded through taxation. It can be funded through this grant money that we already have and I believe fits the criteria. So I think there's an advantage to doing it that way. Thank you.
Council, any further discussion on the direction on the floor? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll be in support of this. It's pretty creative. It will help us in our future budget talks, and we still support the primary goal of the DMO, which is extremely important for our community. So yeah, I want to thank Councilor Stashik for putting that forward. It's good. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I support the second half of what you said. I'd probably vote for this, but my concern would be that the pay for the DMO without having the DMF is like the cart before the horse, in my opinion, because the long-term sustainability of that is to have a DMF. And if the hotel industry is not think it's worthwhile to have a DMO, then who are we to start as a government agency running around and trying to fund a DMO? And we're going to start the DMO, and then it's going to be a taxpayer drain forever. Why wouldn't we just wait for the DMF to come and fund let the industry cover it?
Councillor
That's my only concern.
If you'd care to respond directly, Councillor.
Yeah, I would. Thank you. So in previous discussions regarding a DMO and a DMF, I mean, my goal ultimately is to see a DMF too. That's what I want to see. But in previous discussion, my understanding is that there needs to be a destination marketing organization in place to implement a DMF and then to run the DMF. This is, to me, this is seed money to get the DMO started, to get their feet under them so they can get a DMF up and running. Once the DMF's up and running, they'll be self-sustaining and the town won't have to contribute money to them anymore. That's my goal, my hope and dream. That's why I want to see this move ahead, because I think a DMF would be outstanding, incredibly beneficial to the community and supporting events and opportunities to get people to come to Hampton. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Haas?
Yeah, and if I understand it, the Explorer Alberta's Northern Rockies, they've made it clear that they're seeking grant funding. If I'm successful, then they would be coming to the town potentially. So this is, I think a win-win. It's if they get the grant, great, then they have another extra 30,000 to get the DMO up and going and getting it working. And then if they don't get the grant, then at least they got 30,000 and then we've got a less of an ask later on too as well. So I think this accomplishes that. And the fact that we have the visitor center open during summer, I think will benefit also. This is I'm full support of this. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Council, any further? Councillor Labarge.
One, I would just like to make a comment as well. I think sometimes proof of concept's important. I think that's what Councillor Stashik's talking about. Now, if that grant doesn't come through, 30 grand ain't gonna cut it, and 200 grand probably isn't gonna cut it. So, but I think we're in a position to realistically put a proof of concept in place when that comes through. And I really, because in total agreement, this can't be a town of Hinton sponsored ongoing $400,000 a year pool of money. This needs to come from the business community, but proof of concept, this gets us there.
Perfect. Council, any further discussion on the direction on the floor? Seeing none, then I will just clarify that administration, the chair's understanding of the direction on the floor is that this will modify the recommended, the recommendation put forward. Is that I understand what Councillor Ostashik's direction is doing, but I just want to make sure that administration is comfortable with that approach. I don't think I've actually dealt with something worded this way before.
Chair, if I could, I'm gonna actually, Scott, just based on what you were, what administration was looking to come away with here this afternoon, any comments, concerns, suggestions?
Interim Chair, CEO Hanlon through to Council. I am comfortable with what has transpired here. I'm just wanting to know from a procedural perspective. So the next step is for us to bring this back to a regular meeting for basic approval, or is it requiring more meat on the bones as far as details are concerned? I just need some clarity there, please.
Councillor Ostashik.
To me, it doesn't need any more information. I think what follows this, if this is accepted by council, that there's the other recommended action that committee direct administration to bring back to the February 15th, 2022 regular council meeting, the COVID Resiliency Support Program grant redeployment suggestions for a decision, but this would be the recommended suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So administration, just to confirm, then we're comfortable with that. We're good.
To be sure we are good, and we will bring that back.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, council. Thank you, administration. Councillor Taylor.
For the sake of clarity, would it be worthwhile to put a motion to take the $30,000 out of the 2022 operating business case? Do you want to just assume that that's going to happen automatically?
Councillor Ostashik.
I would look to administration if there's additional clarity required in the wording of the direction, but I kind of thought to offset the cost of the additional request of $30,000, pretty much clarified it. That's basically the wording that was in the civic agency presentation that was given to us. So, to administration,
Please.
Deputy Chair, through you to all the council. I believe that an additional motion is not necessary. We have the will of council on this matter, and it is grant dollars. It's consistent with the grant, and we'll confirm that when we bring this back for final action of council.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Council, any further discussion before we call to question? Seeing none, then we'll do so. That committee direct administration to amend the wording of the recommendation to redeployment of the remaining COVID-19 Resiliency Support Program Fund, approximately $60,000, to support destination market management, organization, approximately $30,000, and to offset the cost of additional requests for $30,000 to provide visitor services in the peak summer season as requested by the Hinton and District Chamber of Commerce. Council, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Council. Councillor Race and then Labarge.
I'll withdraw. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councillor Labarge.
I'd like to make a motion. Motion number one is that, do you have a copy, Jen? That committee direct administration to bring to the February 15th, 2022 regular council meeting, the COVID-19 Resiliency Support Grant redeployment suggestions for a decision.
Thank you very much, Councillor Labarge. I'll just, before I go to Councillor Hawes, make sure, yeah, we got Councillor Hawes.
I'm just wondering, and I agree with this one, I'm just wondering if number two option would be more with suggestions with amendments for decision, because we've amended administration suggestions, council's amended those to what we just previously did. So I don't know if it's necessary. I guess I'd look to administration for that, but that's the only, because we did amend the original ask or the original suggestion.
I'll go to administration to see what the preference is.
Member Hawes, I think that's a good point. I think our preference would be number two, and I think accomplishes.
I would draw my motion.
Well, I think in this case, Councillor Labarge, I'm just going to have a look at things. Yeah, we can do that. Council, is there any opposition to allowing Councillor Labarge to withdraw his direction? Seeing none, Councillor Labarge, do you want up again?
Sure. That committee direct number two.
Perfect. And while Jen gets that up, council, is there any further discussion around that? Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just, it seems like we're pretty set on something. Is any way we can turn this around for the first and just get it out of our hair sort of, or is there, what's the rationale to wait an extra 2 weeks? So administratively, we have the report and we have a slight change. So would the first be okay?
I have myself up in speaker's queue next, and I'll speak to, actually, my concern is I would like a little bit of time with this, just to specify why. The last time we dealt with the COVID emergency relief package, I got a lot of sort of aft end opinion on that program. I love the fact that the proposed amendments deal directly with concern brought to us by the Chamber of Commerce, because that was one of the partners in the community that I wanted to see the town engaged with. But I will be honest, I have concerns that we have feedback from 20 businesses in town. I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, I feel like I would like to get more input from the community, because one of the other opinions that I've heard is more directly to, can the town take a stronger role in promoting and advertising the community, with summer coming up. And if we have another summer where we have a lot of, provincial bound citizens or neighboring province tourism, what can we do directly to encourage tourism locally? And is that something that we can encourage as a community? If that's the desire of the town overwhelmingly, and I just haven't heard that yet, I'd like to know that before we sort of get to that decision point, rather than trying to fix that afterwards. So that would be my sort of intent. Councillor Haas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm of the same mind of Mayor Michaels. The other matter is this is a budgetary impact as well. If we're looking at February 1st potentially for approving a budget, that hinges on this decision. And if we wait till the 15th to make that decision, then it's going to delay the budget possibly, because if it doesn't pass, then that $30,000 is going to come from taxpayer money, and then we have to deal with this other 30. So I'm of the same mind. I think this is the best solution. I hear that, more, but I mean, when I look at the 20 businesses that were contacted, specific tourism related projects identified by council, stories such as marketing process that accepts applications for, but they talked about tourism projects as well for the public. So I mean, there was some flavor for that as well. So that's my only concern, is the budgetary concern as well with this ask and waiting that long. So I would like to see it come on the 1st as well. Thank you.
I have myself up next, and to respond to that concern, there's no reason why, as part of the budgetary process, council can't make the $30,000 only decision for the Chamber of Commerce part of that discussion, and hold off on the other side of that, the destination marketing side of things. It doesn't have to be all at once. You could sort of consider both of those as two separate issues. You can break them up to deal with the budgetary process. That would be my recommendation. So, council, any further discussion? Councillor Taylor?
Somebody got confused, Councillor Taylor. Why is this last motion needed? And we already made another motion that said that we were going to, I'm unclear as to why to me, the first motion was pretty clear.
Councillor, Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Well, there's no date on the first motion. So we have to establish when it comes to council. And that's why Councillor LeBarge picked the 15th, which is the option. And I've just asked, why can't we do it on the 1st? But for me, if one councillor wants 3 weeks of feedback, I have no problem.
So
I'm indifferent, really.
So if that first motion had a date, then we wouldn't have needed the second motion? Oh, okay.
CAO Hammond?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. From an administration's perspective, and I believe Jen Scott is gone, Mr. Kovacs is gone. Is it?
No.
Oh, okay. Hi, Scott. Sorry about that. A question that comes to mind with the possibility of such a rapid turnaround on bringing something back February 1st. Do we know that what we see here proposed by council, will it pass the litmus test with the grant agency on this? Do we know kind of, sorry, I'm not asking a question particularly well, but are we confident that this deployment of the $60,000 as sought by council will be acceptable to the grant agency?
Interim CEO Hanlon through to council. I just need some clarity on this. These funds that we're using were given to us from the Alberta government to do as we like with regards to supporting businesses around a response to COVID, right? So I believe that this fits that criteria, and we haven't been asked to actually report back on this. So there's no real criteria that, you know, as far as a litmus test is concerned, that I'm aware of to begin with.
Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to propose an amendment to the direction, please.
Councillor Ostashik.
I'd like to amend the date to February 1st, 2022.
Would you care to speak to that, Councillor?
Yes, I will speak to it. For me, one of the important aspects of this is that I have surety as we move forward during budget discussions. As we go through budget discussions and decide what money is going to come from taxation and what money is already available, I would be much more comfortable having that conversation with the surety that I know that this money is either coming from this grant or it's coming from taxation. I want surety one way or the other. So moving it forward to that date puts it in alignment, much better alignment with upcoming budget discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have myself in queue next. Unfortunately, I can't support the amendment because again, the budget doesn't need to be done on February the 1st. If we're going to make some major decisions surrounding both tourism and funding support potentially for the Chamber of Commerce, I'm okay with seeing that move the budget discussions out, you know, a couple of extra weeks. That's fine for me. The one thing I learned last year very clearly was that I got a lot of feedback that what council's view for the relief fund wasn't in line with what a lot of other businesses wanted or how they best saw those funds spent. And so if that costs us a couple extra weeks, I'm comfortable with that. Again, if we promote this in the community and we discuss it on the 15th, and nobody gives us negative feedback before then I have a lot of comfort that we're doing the right thing. But I would hate for us to make this decision on, say, the 1st, and then find out the following week that, well, you know what, council, you got it wrong. This is actually how we better see those funds spent. If it's an extra week or two, I'm comfortable with that. So, council? Any other, Councillor Race?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. You know what? I agree with what you're saying. Right now, that money is earmarked to go to 2 areas where we have, I don't know how many businesses in town. So I'd like to have that talk to. So I will not support this.
Council, any other discussion? Councillor Labarge?
I too would like the time. I think this whole thing got the kink in it because there wasn't enough consultation, and so I agree that let's just take a little bit of time.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be supporting this because again, the decision would be on the 1st. And if there's any word in the next 7 days from the community, we have that chance to delay it 2 more weeks. So to me, I'm close to 100% sure we're going to support this. We've all talked about the DMO. Many of us seem to really support it. We know there's budget pressures. This will pass. I'm like so confident. So let's give it a crack on the 1st. And if not, we'll say the same thing and say, you know, we need more time. We'll do it on the 15th. But for me, I'm pretty sure it'll be pass on the first. So that's why I'll support that. And if not, I'll be open to delay it 2 more weeks after that. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, any further discussion on this? Seeing none, then we will call the amendment to question. That committee direct administration to bring back the, Councilor Ostashik's amendment to change the date to February 1st, 2022. Council, all those in favor, please indicate. All those opposed, and that is defeated 3 to 4. With Councilors Race, Labarge, Taylor, and Magoon against. Councilor Haas.
So I have a question to our CEO now. For our budget process, because this will be delayed until the 15th and on February 1st, we would be then having the conversation, how would we deal with the $30,000 initially? Being as how we don't have a decision of council to where that 30,000, if it comes from taxation, are going to come from this grant. So what's going to be administration's process to deal with this during our budget deliberations? Is it going to be considered this the way it is now and coming from taxation?
Deputy Chair, through you to Member Haas, it'll be considered as taxation with the understanding that there's a possible, top of my head, approximately quarter percent mill decrease available, contingent on the future decision of council on this matter.
Thank you.
Thanks. Council, any further discussion before we go back to the direction on the floor? Seeing none, then as soon as it's up, we will call that direction of question. And so the original direction should reflect the February 15th date. Very good. Council, any last minute discussion before I call to question? Seeing none, call that to question. That committee direct administration to bring back to the February 15th, 2022 regular council meeting the COVID-19 Resiliency Support Program grant redeployment suggestions with amendments for decision. Council, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Council, is there anything additional on that item before we look to proceed? Okay. Council, it's 5:42. Just checking, is there any desire for a brief 5-minute bio break before we carry on? Thank you. We will call we'll call it a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 5:49. Thank you very much.
Normally it's you guys.
All right. Good evening, everyone. We'll call this meeting back to order at 5:50 p.m. And we are moving on to the second action item, the short-term rentals bylaw, number 1162 on page 16 of our agenda. And I will turn it over to our interim CAO, Mr. Hamm.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. With that, and we do have the author of the report here, and I will turn over to Ms. Walker, and she will take us through. And I do understand this is an ongoing discussion around short-term rentals bylaw 1162. It's on page 16 of your agenda package.
Ms. Walker, good evening.
Good evening, and thank you, Interim CAO Hanlon through to Council. Yes, the item before you this evening is a proposed short-term rentals bylaw number 1162. At the last meeting of Council on November 16th, administration had brought back a report and a draft short-term rental bylaw. And at that time, Council had expressed concerns that included the grandfathering clause, all current short-term rentals, the requirements around safety standards and inspections, and the inclusion of having host responsibilities within the bylaw, as well as having less the less stringent standards for non-residents providers and the complaint-based enforcement. Therefore, council had made a few motions in that regard. From those motions, administration has developed a more robust bylaw to address council's discussions and concerns. I added additional definitions to the bylaw, conditions outlining the business licenses, a two-tiered business license approach for fees, for principal residents, which are those that live within the current residence, and for non-principal residents, for those that do not live within the current residence, as well as designated responsible person and regulatory inspections. Within the report, you will see how we've outlined for you what principal residents would require, which is they would require a home-based business similar to bed and breakfast and home occupations, whereas they would require a development permit, as well as they would require a business license to operate the Airbnb or the short-term rental. The non-principal residents would not require a development permit. However, they would require a business license. However, the host and the operator must designate a responsible person as part of their license application, and they must ensure that that responsible person has access to the premises as well as that they have the authority to make decisions in relation to that premises. And this as well, the responsible person should be able to be within the rental place within 1 to 2 hours. There could be a two-tiered license application fee, whereas your non-principal residents host operator would pay an annual business license fee of $285. And then your principal residents host operator, those that live within the dwelling, would pay an annual license fee of $160. As well, council asked to see a grace period for those existing short-term rentals that we know are on the market right now. The last time we were before you, the market, there were around 90 STRs. As of writing this report, there is 76, and they are a mix of both non-principal residents and principal residents. The grace period, I've provided a couple options here for council's consideration. And one of them would be for providing the existing host operators up to 6 months from the date of the bylaws adopted to register their short-term rental and pay their fees. Or we can waive their fees for 6 months to encourage them to come in and be host responsible and to fill out their forms and to comply with the bylaw. As well, we looked at providing those existing principal residents with up to 6 months to obtain their fire inspection from the fire department, which is normally $150, and it would be covered within their development permit application fee. I also went on to explain how inspections work within the STRs. Right now, under the building code, there is no current platform for inspections. What I am told is that they will only do inspections with regards to STRs if there has been any physical floor plan changes or renovations to your dwelling. The fire department, however, we can do what we call a fire prevention inspection. We do have a fee currently within our development services fee bylaw, which is $150 an hour. Now, this fee is for multifamily, commercial, and industrial. It does seem fairly steep. This may be something that we can work with the fire department to create maybe a more reasonable inspection fee for residential, as well as the health and safety. When Alberta Health Services is notified when we do issue a STR. So that will be something that we automatically will do. I did have a meeting. I would like to also outline for council this evening that since the meeting we had, the last meeting we had, I did meet with Airbnb officials with regards to what they have right now under their platforms with regards to their policies and their tools. And in that, there are many approaches that they have to ensure the safety and trust within the municipality. And those are outlined again within the report. So I don't think that I'm going to delve into those at this point unless you guys have questions. So I think that's good for me to highlight my report, and I welcome any questions from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker, and myself and Councillor Ostashik. My question is around the fire prevention inspection fee. Did the fire department indicate what, for an average home, forgive the term, what we could expect in terms of the length of time to do that inspection would be?
Thank you, Chair, through to Council. I would like to, we did not discuss that. I would like to, I see that Mac has come up on the screen, and I would like to defer that to him if I may. Thank you.
Chief DeBoer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To answer that question, I think it's reasonable to expect that it does not take a long time or a lot of effort to do an inspection on a residential property for what we're looking for. So even in consideration of the rate that could be charged for that, I would, at the will of council, because they determine the rate in the fee schedule, I would suggest that we could reduce the rate at least by half. And I would suggest, again, at the will of council, that during that grace period, we actually waive the fire inspection fee to encourage the existing operators to actually get an inspection done.
Perfect. Thanks, Chief. Councillor Ostashik and Councillor Labarge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At your discretion, I have two questions. They should both be pretty short.
Please.
First question is regarding Airbnb and other short-term rental providers and their diligence practices in assuring safety for their tenants. And I guess my question is, is there on their list of check boxes a checkbox that they would need to provide proof that they are an approved a permitted rental accommodation in Hinton?
Thank you, Chair, through to Council. If I'm understanding your question, every short-term rental, if they're with an Airbnb or whatever platform they are, they do have to provide a copy of their license and they have to post it within the rental unit so that they know that, and they have to register with that platform. Does that answer your question?
Sorry, please, if I may, yeah. There's a whole list of requirements that they have before they'll approve a listing. So I'm assuming they have to provide proof of those things before Airbnb will allow their listing. Is it possible that one of those criteria on that list is proof that they have a business license with the town of Hinton, a permit to operate as an Airbnb in the town of Hinton?
Oh, yes, to answer your question, yes. They have to have proof from the municipality.
Okay. Can I ask?
Yeah, your follow-up, please.
So my second question is regarding business licensing and citizen complaints about short-term rental accommodations. If there's a citizen whose neighbor is running a short-term rental facility and they have concerns about it, is there a place where they can go to see if that neighbor is even got the license, a business license to operate that Airbnb, or do they have to phone bylaw to get that information?
Thank you, Chair, through to Councillor Ostashik. My understanding is they do have tools for complaints from adjacent neighbors. They do have a neighborhood support and 24-hour hotline. Now, my understanding with the neighborhood support number is that it does actually link you through to your local, authorities, your bylaw officers. And, or if it's not something that's of an emergent state, then you can also email them and lodge your complaint. I am not 100% sure if, to answer your question, if they do know if there's someone operating it. I am unsure on that, actually.
You wanted to follow up, Councillor?
Yeah, sorry, I think I was unclear in asking the question. If I, as a citizen of Hinton, have a concern that Councillor Labarge has a short-term rental accommodation and I don't know that he's even licensed, I have a concern, I don't like him having it there. I want to know if he's even got a business license to have an Airbnb. Is there a resource where I can go to search like a town database or something to see if that place is licensed for a short-term rental?
And I don't have one, by the way.
No, that was just an example for clarity. No liability on anyone's part.
Thank you through chair to Councillor Ostashik. Unfortunately, that would be something I could check with the platform of the short-term rentals if that is something that they have that sort of record keeping for the general public. Otherwise, I would say that the neighbor could call the town of Hinton to ensure that they have obtained their development permit and their business license. And again, this comes down to where we talk about compliance with these existing STRs in our community and any new ones where, the capacity of staff time to, try to get all these guys to comply is we're going to have to rely on that sort of complaint basis where maybe perhaps a resident or a neighbor calls in and says, hey, I think there's a rotating hotel next door to me. Can you please look, can you tell me if they have a legal business license or not? As for the platforms themselves, I could not answer that question. That would be something I would have to, and I do have resources. I definitely could check with my resource to see if that is something that they do have to the general public, all the listed STRs in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Labarge, myself, and Councillor Hawes. Councillor Labarge.
First a comment, these aren't small home-based businesses that are weaving baskets and selling it from on the side. This is a significant business. So waiving inspection fees, I don't get it. I mean, at the end of the day, you're talking about things like safety, and you're talking about a significant impact on neighbors. So now that's my comment. I think they should pay full fare, and I don't know why someone would get a cut from the 285 if that's the number, and I think that should be the number. That's my personal opinion. But when we go to do these inspections, and there are a bunch of things in there, and there needs to be a window in the room. So if we're licensing these businesses now, is there any culpability to the town if we don't go and do an inspection on something like that, somebody gets hurt?
Administration?
Through the chair, if I may, if we define in our bylaws and in our quality management plan that we do inspections of short-term rentals, it is the responsibility of the safety codes officers to provide those inspections. And if they're not done, yes, there would be culpability on the part of the town. So we do the inspections if they're required.
Councillor, does that address your question?
Yep.
Perfect. Myself, Councillor Hawes, and the mayor. And I'm actually going to go back to Councillor Ostashik's concerns because I certainly share them. I think one of the things we could do to get around that a little bit easier, and I throw it there for either administration to comment on or council, if you think about large cities and taxi cab systems, one of the things that they issue are medallions. And medallions, they assure the customer that the vehicle you're getting into is safe, that it's been verified by the city to operate, so on and so forth. And if memory serves, bed and breakfasts in the municipality of Jasper, they also post on each approved B&B residence essentially some literature for everybody to see that it is an approved site. I think something like that would be good in that, if I have a question, I can simply look at my neighbor's house and see if they're displaying the required permits publicly, or if I think that the permits may be out of date, then I can follow up with the town and use administrative time to check into it. But I think that might be a front end solution to a problem on an ongoing manner without eating up administrative time with, half a dozen people calling to check in and see if their neighbor is allowed to operate rather than, well, are they displaying the right materials? So that would just be my opinion. Councillor Haas?
Yeah, and it's along the same lines, and I guess my question then would go to Chief DeBodrap in Protective Services. So I'm gonna go a business that's not an STR. I got a business, I think, that's running out of the garage of my neighbor. Can I go online and find out if he or she has a business license to run automotive out of his garage? Is that possible, or do I have to then complain to bylaw services so that they would take a look at it? Does that exist for our community?
Through the chair, to answer that question, Councillor Hawes, yes, we would do inspections like that on a complaint basis, and we respond to complaints of that nature rather quickly because all businesses need to be licensed or have an active business license. And that's one of the things we check for when we do an inspection, is that the business license is posted.
Right, but if I may, I can't go online and find out if he or she is running a legit business. Is what I'm saying? Because that's, I think, ultimately what Councillor Stashik's question was, is that before I call you guys, I'd like to see even if they have a business license, but we don't have access to that as a community member. Is that correct?
I don't have access to that information directly. I believe we would have to consult with their planning and licensing department to verify that ourselves.
Ms. Walker, I believe I saw your hand.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, through to Council. If I may share, we actually have the business directory where the businesses actually will register with us to have their business posted. Other than that, no, we would not have just a running list of businesses, especially home occupations. Those turn over very fast, as opposed to a commercial business or an industrial business. We find that the home occupation businesses are very, very limited. Sometimes they're short-lived because people are just maybe trying out something, and to see how it maybe works. So we, like I said, unless they register when they apply for their business license, that is the means that we have for the general public to see what businesses are out in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do like Councillor McGoon's idea of some sort of sticker with, Jasper does something. So maybe looking more into that would be something I would like. But my question is, I just want to confirm, for principal residences, regular bed and breakfasts, the business license is $160 a year currently. Just want to confirm that. So right now, okay. I like the report a lot. I think it breaks down a lot of our issues that we have had in the past that we want to address. My concern still, and this is the challenging one, is I kind of prefer a lower fee for the principal residents to have one and a higher fee for the non-principal residents in order to keep balancing. For me, rents are about 10% higher in Hinton for all the compared to Edson, for all the data that I've seen through the Evergreens Foundation and other organizations. To me, I don't want to penalize somebody who wants to use their dwelling while they live there, but I want to avoid people from Edmonton and Calgary purchasing homes and Airbnb them. And an extra $125 a year to me, at least at this moment, is too insignificant. So I want to encourage, like I said, the other entrepreneurs who want to, cash in on Airbnb, but 285. I like to kind of change those fees. I'd look at least $500 a year for non-residents, maybe even lower for people who are it's their principal residence to make up some of the money. That's where I stand. But other than that, I like the concept, and I think there are things that we can flesh out. We're not going to get it perfect on the first run, but to me, that's one thing that we can say, hey, we want affordable rentals in the community. We don't want rental homes to turn all into Airbnb, and we know we're trending there to some extent. And that's my caution. So overall, I like it, and I look forward to hearing from council if there's appetite for a higher non-principal resident. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Oh, I know, I was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had your hand. Councillor Eustache.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mayor Michaels brings up a really good point, and I would fully support having the non-resident short-term rental providers pay a higher fee. I do like that there's some additional responsibility built into the bylaw that they have to have a named property manager, for lack of a better word, somebody that's locally accessible who can make decisions and respond to incidents and emergencies. But yeah, if there is something we could do to make it a little bit more burdensome for those people who want to take the risk and be entrepreneurial enough that they buy a secondary or tertiary property in Hinton and run it primarily as a short-term rental, I think there should be a little bit more of a fee to go along with that to accommodate for some of the challenges that poses. So I would definitely support something different for the non-resident host. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Well, I think it's a little different than yours. In order to accomplish what you say, you're going to have to make the difference in the fee so large in order to get what you want. My thinking is that either you want non-principal residents, people to have a bed and breakfast, or you don't want them to have a bed and breakfast. A lot of communities say, not a bed and breakfast, but Airbnb. A lot of communities say, if you want to have an Airbnb in our community, you have to be a principal residence. There is no such thing as a non-principal residence. If you really want to do what you want to do, you're not going to do it with a fee. You should be saying, we don't want non-principal residents in our town. That's what you're talking about, not fiddling around with the fee. It's not going to make a difference.
Mr. Mayor, I'll let you respond to that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm personally open to that conversation too. I don't know if that's the appetite of council. I could look at and I think I can support in principle non-principal residents not allowing Airbnb. But if we don't, there is still value for the taxpayers and all the residents in Hinton, all the businesses, that if we're recouping at least money that contributes to our budget, and maybe the amount's 500, 750, I agree, it doesn't solve the problem, but at least it recoups some costs to the municipality to offset some of the infrastructure challenges and growth challenges and dwelling challenges. And like I didn't explain this clearly before, this is something we're going to have to monitor almost every few years, because there might be a time in 2035 that we have actually too many dwellings for people who want to live in Hinton, and we want to encourage Airbnb perhaps, or if there's extra dwellings. I'm basing this on the current market, that we don't have excessive dwellings for rent. We have, I believe rent is challenging for many families to be in 2022. So something to monitor, but if there's an appetite of council to support eliminating Airbnbs for non-principal, I'm open to that conversation too.
Councillor Taylor, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'm probably not there right now, but if there was a reason to do it, like if the non-principal residents caused us more troubles than the principal resident ones, then that would be a rationale. Or if we had hard data on rental shortages in town and that sort of thing, that would be another rationale. I would just watch it very closely.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I have myself up next, looking to chart forward a path to get some of these things hammered out. If I was not the chair and I was just a councillor not chairing the meeting, I might be, so inclined to make a direction like, direct administration to include conditions which require an operator's rental accommodation to display approved license credentials on the exterior of the accommodation using a standard approved by the town of Hinton. So I'm just throwing that out there, council. Again, I can either step down or another councillor would be very welcome to steal it or improve on it. Councillor Hawes.
I'll steal that. I agree. I think that having, if I may, I think having a way of identifying yourself as an Airbnb. I think though there's a bigger question too that in regards to other licenses, but I think in this specific case, I think being able to identify yourself, yes, as an Airbnb for the neighbors, so that if there is any issues, then they can bring that to the attention. I think that's a good way forward. So so I'd like to direct administration, if I may.
Sorry, CAO Hanlon.
I am so sorry. I was hoping to maybe speak.
Yeah, please,
Before a motion, and
let's do that before direction. Yep.
Thank you. And I apologize to Ms. Walker. I apologize to council. I hadn't had a chance to review this yet. And to a certain extent, I'm putting my planning and development hat on. And I, with full disclosure, my PTSD is kicking in from cutting my teeth with the town of Bath and being responsible for bed and breakfast for 4 years. So, and so I'm trying to suppress, that.
No, I think we could certainly use
So
your
I was
opinion.
hoping to have, can we get the whole meeting, I could maybe throw some of my thoughts out there, maybe see if Ms. Walker could help me on this. I do see a reference to issuance and renewal and the requirement for a license, and that's great. My question, I guess, is, and again, I know I'm coming to this party late, but I see no section in the bylaw dealing with enforcement and even the possibility of revocation of the development permit. And I don't know if that's already been hashed out and dismissed, but that's one thing that raises a concern for me, because I do see 5 conditions of license. It's extensive and they're great. I have no concerns with any of them. But then we move on to the bylaw with nothing to discuss the possibility of fines, the possibility of revocating the development permit. So that's just, and I don't know, Ms. Walker, if you want to speak to that. Sorry, you and I never had a chance to discuss this earlier.
Ms. Walker?
No worries. Thank you, Interim CAO Hanlon. Yes, we make reference to the business license bylaw because that is where the enforcement comes for the short-term rentals, as well as under the development permit, under the land use bylaw for enforcement. So instead of putting all that into this bylaw, because we created a separate bylaw just for short-term rentals, originally administration had brought it to council to embed it into the land use bylaw. At the time, council preferred to have it as an external standalone bylaw. So rather than encompassing all that enforcement legality within this particular bylaw, we just reference to the existing business license bylaw 1126. And if there's, if we can make that more clear within that bylaw, then we can do that. But that is why we didn't want to include it. It's redundant. It's already covered under the business license bylaw. Thank you.
Mr. Hamlin?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Just so I could follow. And the other kind of the observation is the inspection 6.0. I do see the reference to the fire inspection, and a bit of my experience in other communities is the possibility with a new application, a preliminary fire inspection, and with a renewal, we should be continuing with annual inspections, and those annual inspections need not be as comprehensive as the initial, but simply to ensure that everything we're saying in conditions 5 are continued year after year after year. So that's just, it's possibly already contemplated in here, but I just had wanted to mention that. And speaking in general, just to my experience with the bed and breakfast in mountain parks is the vast majority of the problems we had with bed and breakfast were non-resident ownerships, where they bought a building, they put some staff into it, they opened up a bed and breakfast. They were 10 times more difficult than the owner occupied ones. And that's just my opinion, my experience on that. I appreciate you letting me kind of throw some of my ideas in at the 12th hour, Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you very much, interim CEO. We certainly appreciate the viewpoints. I have Councillor Ostashek, then Councillor Labarge, then Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a question to administration, to ICO Hanlon in particular. So you were not involved in the short-term rental bylaw for BAF, but a bed and breakfast bylaw?
In the late 90s.
Okay.
It was,
Okay.
but then breakfasts were an issue, still an issue, always an issue.
So if I may.
Yes, please.
So that, you know, even more reinforces the concerns that I was having about non-resident short-term rental providers. In the instance that ICAO Hanlon is talking about, there was even staff on site to manage the facility, and they still had issues and problems more than they did with the resident providers. Because to me, that just reinforces the resident providers are there as the caretaker, it's their home, they're gonna look after it, they're gonna make sure people are behaving properly. The non-resident ones, even though the bylaw dictates that there's a named caretaker or property manager, for lack of a better word, they're still not necessarily on site. There's nobody supplying direct supervision to the short-term tenants while they're there. And I just feel that the risk that poses is just, it's so much huger than the risk presented by a resident short-term rental provider. The more I think about it, the more I would lean towards, you know, not allowing non-resident short-term rentals or some type of administrative, like a significant administrative fee to allow them if we're not going to prohibit them. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Labarge, then Councillor Race.
Yeah, really similar to the same point that I was gonna make. Actually, the non-resident owner provides very little to our business community. Employment that comes out of it, there's no, you're competing with the hotels who pay full fare on everything, all the inspections, everything. They pay full fare on everything. They hire people. All the advantage to that individual owned rented home goes to the homeowner. Like there is nothing that flows back, anything like that. So I'm of a really similar mind. Now I don't want to discount our community from a place to go to because I mean I travel on Airbnb all the time and it's useful. And so adequate accommodation of that nature is desirable. But yeah, this whole not being able to manage these properties is a significant issue, and I would support the collection of some information to maybe move towards something like that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. To CAO Hanlon. We, I believe, have an ongoing concern with building inspections being done. I believe we're behind quite a bit. In knowing that, how would we ever do annual inspections? You know, to meet our.
If I could,
Please.
Deputy Chair, to Councillor Race. What I'm suggesting as a possibility is just the fire inspection. So it would not be safety codes or any of the other codes. And as we heard, those are only triggered with actual physical changes to the structure, excuse me. I believe that an annual fire inspection is something that can be done reasonably easily. What we typically did, and I'm sure they continue to do it, is they made the renewals calendar year end. And so that way it allows the fire department to know that there's going to be a period of time where they just need to be scheduling and preparing their deputy chiefs to be going out and doing these inspections. And again, the follow-up inspections, the annual inspections are simpler in the sense that they're now just going out to make sure that the emergency escape mapping is in place, that all the necessary smoke alarms, the CO and whatever we've got in here, that everything remains in place and hasn't been modified, is still operating, and it becomes a quicker in and out. So yes, you want to make sure you continue to do it. I heard a question raised by council a little earlier on this matter about the possibility of liability. Honestly, the liability is always there. If we put something down that says we are going to do the following, really it's incumbent on the community to make sure that we do that then. But again, this has a revenue, I mean, it's not gonna be, hopefully we can at least do it to a cost recovery level, so it's not gonna be a revenue generator. But hopefully at least we can charge adequately that when we do this, we can cover the cost of our fire personnel.
A follow-up, Councillor
Yeah,
Reyes?
Yes, just quickly. So I agree with what you're saying, and I really, really hope that we have the manpower available to us to ensure that we are able to conduct the initial and the annual fire checks.
Sorry.
Yes, you may,
I just
please.
I saw Miss Walker. I believe she wanted to speak to this.
Ms. Walker?
Excellent. Thank you, Interim CEO Hamlin. I would like to mention here, as you were bringing that point up, is that currently what I've been told with Vancouver and Toronto is that they use a self-attestation system where they only send out staff when an application requires any clarification or follow-up. The way they look at the principal hosts is that they're typically renting out their primary residences where they already live in the home, and thus it's already deemed fitting to live in. So really, what are we inspecting? You know, that they have their that they have their CO2 monitors, that they have their fire extinguishers, that, you know, so those are standard items that, you know, a residential dwelling would already have, especially when you are living in the home and you're renting out a room. So there could be maybe another system, two-tiered system there, where we have a less fee for the principal residence as opposed to the non-principal residence where there isn't somebody living in the home. And this is where I would direct maybe Mac to have maybe to fill in if he had something to add to that.
Yes, through the chair, I could add to that. On the initial inspection of a property that's being used as a short-term rental, we would be verifying the things like the size of windows and escape route, and just to verify that the structure itself is suitable for sleeping quarters. We would verify that there's smoke detectors, or smoke alarms rather, CO detectors, and an extinguisher available, and that the general housekeeping is sufficient. And then we would report to planning that everything's good. They would give them a license. The annual inspection that's being spoken of, it would be less intrusive. It's just your smoke detectors are still up to date, your extinguishers have been checked, and you're good to go.
Thank you. I have myself up next, and I apologize maybe for not running it past admin first, but if administration would care to comment on some of our potential wording around requiring an operator to display an exterior, be it tag, sticker, whatever, something developed by the town, indicating that they in fact do have licensure to operate before council sort of supports that or not. Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Chair, through to council. The only reservation maybe I would have with that is with regards to the privacy. And again, I don't know how that works under the FOIP legislation, or the privacy of that dwelling, to have, you know, just like any home occupation, they can choose to have, you know, maybe a little sign if they want to welcome people to their home, one customer at a time. But they may not want to display that, hey, I have this Airbnb. As well with the directory, business directory, it's a choice if they want to put their business on the directory. They don't have to, it's not required. I would just have reservations if they would be comfortable with that. And I don't know what that could lead to in their neighborhood, if that would have any negative effects on that homeowner. I could certainly do some research to see. I can reach out to my resources here with Airbnb to see if they know any municipalities that have this. Like you said, I think Jasper, you mentioned Jasper does this, so I could reach out to them as well.
Perfect. And I guess then my follow-up to that before going to Councillor Labarge, Would you need specific direction on that before you got back to us? To look into that situation? Okay,
No, it's just research.
okay, thank you. I appreciate that very much. Councillor Labarge.
I just go back to it and say, these are significant businesses, and if they don't want to hang the sign outside, too bad. I mean, I don't understand why that'd be an issue. The problem with these things are neighbors and competing businesses who pay full fare. And I think, to go back to CAO Hanlon's comment earlier, like, I don't understand why we would even contemplate a system that isn't full cost recovery on those inspections. Again, these are businesses. I know residences in town that are generating between $80,000 and $100,000 a year on these things. So if we're talking about $100 for an inspection, again, don't care, too bad. This is what you got to do that business. Like, doesn't inspection group do those kind of inspections? I know we use them here municipally, and we say to them, they're going to be here for the week of dot to dot, and you need to book an appointment with them to come in and do their inspection, to pay their bill, and then to bring that inspection report back to us. Like, I don't know why we would jump through hoops to allow these people to run unregulated, essentially, businesses out of their home.
If I could, and Deputy Chair, I think the chief wants to speak to this as well, but it comes down to the fire discipline within the town of Hinton, and I'll allow the chief to speak to that.
Through the chair, if I may. Yeah, to provide a little clarity on the Safety Codes Act, all the disciplines of the Safety Codes Act are inspected by an outside body, except for fire. We are the designated authority for doing fire inspections within the town boundaries of Hinton. So they have to come to us.
Cool. It needs to be on a cost recovery basis. And if it costs $500 to send a firefighter out to do that, that's what it costs, in my opinion.
Councillor Haas.
Yeah, and this is where I agree with Councilor Lavarge. It's my from the get-go with this is if you're going, it's the cost of doing business. And it's about fairness, and other businesses have to provide, and pay for this. I don't see any reason why, and I agree. There's a lot of dollars that these residents, in these businesses are taking in. I personally have one on my street. It's constantly filled, and at a certain amount a month or a night. And so, I mean, to cost recovery, I think is essential to this whole thing. So, and again, they may not like it, but they are providing a business in their homes and need to pay for those services. So,
Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to move the conversation along, I have a question first regarding the applicable fees, and then potentially a direction depending on what the answer is. So, in terms of the grace period, which is on page 18 of 182, one I'm leaning toward is number 2, but I would have a question. There's a recommendation there, or the suggestion, if number 2 is accepted, is that the applicable fees are waived. I'm assuming that's only the initial fees, so that'd be the initial business license and the initial fire inspection. Is that correct? That I'm seeing nods. So, okay, so subsequent to that, then their annual renewal and their annual reinspection, they would have to pay full fee for the business license renewal and for the fire reinspection each year. Is that correct?
Correct. And this model that I provided for you within this report did not speak to any sort of renewal. That just came up tonight with CEO Hanlon providing that as an option for renewal, that it would be less each year for the, mind you, with the license application fee, their renewal is still the same. It's $160 every year. So the inspection, as Max said, maybe would just be a simpler inspection. So then that could be maybe a cheaper renewal fee. But you're absolutely right that would every year they would have to pay that fee upfront. It would not be waived, as this would be just a one-time thing.
If I may follow up, Mr. Chair?
Please.
So I would like to seek consensus of council to direct. Just give me a second. To direct administration to include option 2 in the grace period section. I'm going to need a little help from administration here, I guess. That wouldn't form part of the bylaw, would it? Or how would that be administered?
Yes, thank you, Chair, through to council. This is where, unfortunately, without having a legislative support person right now, I'm not sure if this is just a standalone, if this can be a standalone motion, and I know where you're going with it, outside of the bylaw, or if it has to be embedded in the bylaw. I would think that it would stand alone because it's just a temporary 6-month motion. It's not for, then we'd have to bring the bylaw back to you guys again to amend it. So I would think this could be an external motion, and maybe I will look to CAO Hanlon if he would maybe be able to answer that question for me.
Councillor Ostashik and then CAO Hanlon.
I appreciate that. I don't think it's necessary, though. I think I'll just make the wording loose enough that it can be accommodated if it needs to be in the bylaw, or it can be standalone. So the grace period section in the development of short-term rentals bylaw number 1162. I may speak to it.
Please.
I think that direction is clear enough to administration what the intent is. That's the one I think is beneficial. Is it does encourage the existing short-term rental providers to get on board without hopefully a whole bunch of forced compliance on behalf of town staff to get them on board. And again, it's only for the first year where the fees are waived. When they renew their business license and when they have to get their fire re-inspection, it'll be at full business license fees and whatever fee winds up being set for the fire re-inspection. So that's why I'm suggesting that one. Thank you.
Thank you. I did have, oh, sorry, go ahead, Ms. Walker.
May I interject, Councillor Ostashik, you said for the first year. I was proposing 6 months. Would you want to change that option to for the first year to be waived? And then after that year, their renewal and their renewal inspection would be at regular cost. If I could just have that confirmation, please.
If you could, please.
No, the 6 months is fine. What the implication was is that the first round of fees is waived. So that is essentially their first year of operation. And then when they have to renew their business license and renew their fire inspection, then they have to pay. So the 6 months window though is fine. I'm fine with allowing a 6-month window for existing short-term rental providers to get on board. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ostashik. I did promise our CAO a chance to comment if he wanted to.
Nothing necessary.
Okay. I have myself in queue, but I'm more for a general, so I'm going to remove myself to the main queue. Councillor Labarge, you are next. Do you want to stay in queue and discuss this direction?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I actually have a question for Mac, I guess, is in the report, it says we have 76 of these to do by June. So how does that fit with your, do you have the staff to get 76 of these done by June?
Through the chair to Councilor LeBears, that's a very good question. Currently, I have myself with designation of powers. We will in very short order have at least 4, possibly 5 safety codes officers to address inspections within the town. They will be given their designation of powers.
So is that a yes?
That's a yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see here. I had Mr. Mayor next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question to administration is, if you get your business license, so we go ahead with this direction, does their 1 year go from whenever month they get their license? So you go June to June, or you go September to September, or do you get a business license just to the end of the year that's retroactive to the amount of months you have, and then it's all done by our year calendar? Or is it just whenever somebody comes and gets a license and then they have to renew 12 months later?
Thank you, Chair, through to Council. My understanding is, and Jan, you're in the corner there. What is the annual, it's the municipality's annual license term, and I believe it's January to January, am I correct? And what happens is closer, 6 months near the end of the year, they start to prorate your application fee so that it goes down for every month that is getting closer to the end of the year. So you're not paying full price after 6 months. But I believe it's January to January.
Thank you. And if I may,
Please.
then I support this even more. If they were, I like the idea that you give 6 months and that'll carry them through more than likely 2022. And then January, they'll have to do another license for the year 2023. So basing on the timing, most people would only get half the year that would be waived, and in 2023, all the revenue for every business license would then be implemented. So I like it more. I was just a little concerned that if it started, people did it in November, let's say, or October, they would get then the next 12 off. And I was kind of leaning more with Councilor LeBears that, you know, I'd like to collect some of those funds, but the way that it's been explained, I support this motion. Thank you.
Councilor LeBears, did you?
Yeah, it's for the reasons I mentioned earlier, and I know we have another discussion item coming up about inspections and how we need more inspectors. And for me, I'm not going to support this because again, these businesses should pay their way, and I think the inspection fees are an important part of that.
Councilor Haas?
Yeah, I agree that they need to pay their way. I think though we need to also get them on board with this, and I mean that's ultimately the goal, is to have these individuals have the business licenses, and I think this is the right step in the right direction. You know, get that, and then moving forward, you know, again, there'll be full fees from there on. Just to clarify though, again, the fees, if I may. So there's $160 if they're residential, but there's also the $75 development permit application that would also be waived, along with the initial fire inspection. Just to be clear, those would be the 3 fees.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Perfect. Council, any further discussion before we look to call the question? Oh, sorry, interim CAO.
Thank you. And again, this is a bit of me coming up to speed still, and I guess to my staff, we talk, and this is a very typical planning approach of bringing existing businesses into compliance. Have we already issued business licenses to existing short-term rentals in the community, or do they have anything from the town of Hinton?
No. Nothing.
So Thank you. So I guess to council, my question is if these platforms require something from the community, and we already have businesses operating within the community with nothing from the community, I'm not sure you need to waive any of this. They should have this. You're making accommodation for it in the possible passing of a bylaw. And you don't have to now, I mean, they're quite frankly operating outside of any approvals from the town already. And so in order to bring them into compliance with their various platforms that are indicating that they must have something from the town, it's more possibly just communicating the need to the owners that they need to come to us and get these approvals in place. And I don't know if that could be done with the support of the platforms or not. I kind of doubt it. But.
Thank you. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So would the total be around $310, for the license, for the planning and development, for the $75 if we reduce the fire inspection? Is that around $300?
Ms. Walker, sorry, I just.
Oh, okay, thank you, Chair through to council. That's correct. For a principal residence, you would have your business license for $160. You would require your development permit for $75, and you would require your fire prevention inspection for $150. As a non-principal residence, right now we have an annual business license fee for $285, plus their inspection fee for $150. At this time, we do not require development permit application for the non-principal residences because they don't live in the home. So it's not considered a home-based business.
Go ahead, Councillor Race.
Thank you. So just a quick follow-up. So adding all that up, I think we're at, I don't know, $385 for a principal residence. So over a 6-month period, they would just have to put away $60 a month, $30 every 2 weeks to make this payment at the end of the 6 months. So, yeah, I don't think that would be much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I don't support waiving fees. I think it's a fairness. Everybody else has to pay the fees, so they should have to pay the fees. Yes, that's my thing.
Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to clarify, I feel they should pay fees too, absolutely. But my thought is we're going from the wild, wild west where there's absolutely no governance, no restriction, and it's just a free for all. They can do whatever they want. There's no requirements, no oversight, no anything from the town. All of a sudden, we're going to impose this bylaw on them and give them a bunch of conditions that they have to adhere to. And on top of that, here's a bunch of fees to go with it. No, we want you on board. We want to cooperate with you, want to work with you, get you on board, get you compliant. So we'll waive the fees for the first round. After that, you pay the full fees, everything. It's similar to any time, in my experience, anytime new legislation, new requirements that impose restrictions on individuals and businesses, there's a grace period, or some people are grandfathered in. They're not obligated to comply. We already had a discussion about grandfathering and went, no, these are ongoing, viable businesses, and they have to comply with the requirements, including the fees. All I'm saying is a little bit of a grace period to ask for some consideration to get them on board and get them compliant, which I feel actually will save some legwork and some time and effort on the part of bylaw and trying to get these short-term rental accommodations on board. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ostashik. I have myself and Councillor Labarge. Yeah, and I support that. I'm in favor of supporting the direction on the floor. What it reminds me of, very much like Councillor Ostashik just said, it reminded me of when we made changes to our fire pit regulations of the town of Hinton. And the town of Hinton offered to come around two individual houses essentially for free to have a look at people's existing fire pits to ensure that they match the updated legislation. Because essentially, if you don't, and you, in addition to that, charge a fee on top of that, And I already have a fire pit in my yard. Well, the answer is really simple. I'm not gonna invite you into my backyard to come have a look at my fire pit. I'm just gonna keep doing the, things the way I am. And currently, we're talking about homes that are already on these platforms renting themselves out. So I mean, I'm sure there would be more than a few that would simply say, well, the answer is easy. I'm just gonna keep flying under the radar in the hopes that nobody knows I'm doing what I'm doing. Because you're gonna charge me for it anyway, first time around. I'll just wait until you catch me and then I'll go through it properly. So I think this is the more appropriate way to get people on board early. So, thanks. Councilor Labarge.
Fire pit people are residents and this is a business. I did the interesting math. If you waive the fees on 76 people, it's $29,640, roughly $30,000. Funny how many times we've talked about that number tonight.
Council, any further discussion on that? Councilor Race.
Thank you, sir. I just quickly want to add, we're not saying next month we're going to institute this and we need your money. We're saying you have 6 months to prepare to come with that money. So my thoughts, thank you.
Council, any further discussion? I think we've had a number of goes around this. I think we're ready to call this to question. So if we can see that direction, please. To direct administration to include option 2 in the grace period section in the development of the short-term rental bylaw number 1162. Council, all those in favor, please indicate. All those opposed, and that is carried 4-3 with councilors Race, Labarge, and Taylor against. Councilor Taylor.
I like your idea of having a little sticker on the outside of the door, so can we go with that motion? Ryan, we go with sticker, what was the wording?
If I may, I will allow myself the ability to respond. I was content prior to voting on sort of, in addition to getting further information, Ms. Walker had expressed a desire to do a little bit of research around that and ensure that it's, I'm so close to where you are, but I'm very comfortable with Ms. Walker doing a little research, but again, it's the will of council if you want to make that direction. Councilor Oskashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would actually prefer that somebody make that motion now. If that's the will of council, I would like to see that implemented now. We've got 3 readings and a public hearing ahead of us yet. There's plenty of time if that's not legislatively compliant, that it can be taken out. But if that's the will of council, and it's certainly my will, because I agree with what Councilor Bear said earlier. Personally, I don't really give a crap if you don't want to put that on your window. If you want the privilege of running an Airbnb in Hinton, we need to have that thing on the guest entrance that says that you're a licensed short-term rental accommodation provider in the town of Hinton. So if it can't be done because of some legislative reason, that's fine. But other than that, I would like to see that be part of it.
Well put.
Okay, I'll add that.
Okay, so Councilor Taylor.
I don't know the wording that council directed.
If you want that, I provided that previous wording, if that's what you want, or if you want to use your own.
No, I'm sure I'm happy with yours.
But just to make our lives.
I can't see it though. Well, direct administration to include conditions which require an operator's rental accommodation to display an approved license credentials on the exterior of the accommodation using a standard approval by the town. Yeah, that's fine.
Council, any discussion on that?
AKA the Magoon sticker.
No, I'll jump in
That's what
to
we could call it.
give the full credit to Councilor Oskashik, just trying to capture his intention. Council, any further discussion on that? Seeing none, we'll call that to question. Direct administration and include conditions which require an operator's rental accommodation to display approved license credentials on the exterior of the accommodation using a standard approved by the town of Hinton. Council, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Councillor Haas?
Yeah, I heard appetite this evening and I agree with it. So I'd like to move or seek consensus that non-principal resident host / operator must pay an annual business license fee of So I'd like to seek consensus that non-principal resident host / operator must pay an annual business license fee of $500. I am amenable to the amount. But I just, if I may speak to it, Mr. Chair.
Of course.
Yeah, these are people that are taking, spots, residents from our community, they're providing a business. I think that it's reasonable that they pay more than our principal residents. They're not in the residents that are taking up those spaces. And if they want to have a business here, they have to pay the fee. So I feel that's, and it may deter some, and maybe that might be also in our favor as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. I have myself, the mayor, Councillor Ostashik. And I'll just speak to the price. Actually, for myself, I did just a little back of the napkin math. I'd actually be supportive of seeing this number around $2,000. And I'll clarify that a little bit. I don't want this to be the focus of our community, nor do I want to fully dissuade it. But if you consider that, and I had done some background number crunching on Airbnb, the rental per night ranges anywhere from $100 to $300, essentially on average. So if you do that, that's the cost of essentially 15 nights accommodations. So if your license fee costs you 15 nights of business, and that's all the business you do, you're not really doing business in the town of Hinton. I think the reality is that you're doing business a lot more than that. And we've talked about, what do some of those numbers look like? I'm more than happy having this 2,000. Because again, let's say you have 20 or 30 out of town people who have the capital to invest in a $400,000 home to rent it out yearly. I'm sorry, I think you should be able to afford the $2,000 fee of doing business. And it's not unheard of. Again, I liken it to the taxi medallion system. New York City, 80 grand a year to do business. That's what it costs just for your license, above and beyond. So for myself, and then if you consider the tax implications on what that generates for the town, 30, 40 businesses to the tune of $2,000 a pop, that's a lot of revenue generation. So that would just be my opinion. Maybe I'm being a little unrealistic, but it's just my math. I have the mayor, then Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to thank Councillor Haas for putting this forward. I know the number 500 was said before, but after seeing the appetite of council to even consider removing them, I think this is a really good first step. And to me, my low number is $1,200. It's $100 a month minimum. I'm open to other amounts. And then we revisit this bylaw in the future and we see if there's a true appetite to exclude it. But at the very minimum, it has to be incentivized because $500 is just a drop in the bucket. So $1,200 is my minimum for me, and I'm open to hearing the rest of the council. Thank you.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Sorry, Councillor Labarge, I have Councillor Ostashik up next.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's my fault. I pointed your way. Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a question for administration and regarding what the process would be for determining if a short-term rental provider is a resident or non-resident. The answer to that hinges on whether I'll support this or not.
Ms. Walker?
Can you please repeat the question, Councillor Ostashik?
Just wondering what the mechanism would be for administration to determine whether a short-term rental provider is a resident or a non-resident provider.
Okay, thank you. If they are the registered owner of the dwelling, then they would be the principal resident. If they're not, then if they don't reside in Hinton and they live elsewhere and then they own a home in Hinton, I guess that would be a question on their application that they would have to disclose to us.
Councilor Stashik, do you want to follow up with that?
Yeah, for me. So that's the only mechanism in place is trusting that they check the box that says that they're not resident of Hinton.
And unless there's another measure we can impose to, to verify that. I mean, that's how we do our business licenses now. Basically, people, they will apply for a business license if they're a non-resident or they're within the county. They tell us on their application, and then we charge them accordingly, and then we will produce their business license based on that.
Councilor Labarge, you were in queue. Did you want to speak to this direction before I go to the mayor, or do you want to stay in the main queue?
Nope, I wanted to make an amendment
To the existing
to the
direction.
motion on the floor.
Okay, I will come back to you next. Just, Mr. Mayor, you wanted to speak to this directly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think I know where Councilor Stashik's going, and I kind of agree. For me, if their primary residence is on that dwelling site, like where the land title is for that property, then I'm fine. It's the ones where that their primary residence is off of that site. And for me, asking them if this is their primary residence, we get that answer. And to me, we look at maybe amending 1126 to include a hefty fine if you find out it's not their primary residence. This might be tricky in order to enforce, but generally we put penalties in place for people to comply because they don't want the risk of paying that fine. So to me, if we say primary residence, if your primary residence is off of this dwelling site, then it's a non-residential one. If you find to be non-compliant of that, which your tax revenue, you have to submit a primary residence. There's a hefty fine, and you hopefully deter people. So my train of thought is anybody who has their dwelling is separated to 2 units, or they want to rent their own units, I'm fine with that. Outside of that is a secondary one.
Ms. Walker, if you care to comment.
Thank you, Chair, through to Council. If we look at the bylaw itself that I've developed here, item definitions 2.3 and 2.4 explain non-principal residence and principal residence. We do state in there that the principal residence means the usual place where an individual makes their home for the majority of a calendar year and lives within the residence a minimum 240 days per year. And for these purposes, a person cannot normally reside at more than one dwelling or location. Whereas the non-principal residence means a short-term rental unit that is a dwelling unit, but not someone's principal residence. So yes, that clarifies it. And as we talked about, perhaps we can put a sort of like mechanism within the business license bylaw as some sort of fine, perhaps, to catch those that are not being honest. That could be something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilor Labarge.
I would like to make an amendment, please, Jen. And I would just like to change the 500 to 2,000. if I could just
Of
speak
course,
to that
yeah.
very quickly is, again, these businesses bring nothing to the community. They have no staff, and outside of what we're talking about charging them, there are no additional charges. We have a rental problem here, and I think this is a fair way to address it.
Councillor Labarge, council. Councillor Race and Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm all for getting more revenue into our coffers. I am. But right now, what I'm doing right now is I'm thinking of the people who are renting these places per night. Why are they coming here? They're coming here, they're gonna eat here, they're gonna shop here, they're gonna take in our wonderful community. And the person who owns this place might say, you know what? I'm done. 2,000 bucks a year, not happening. So now we've lost those people who are coming to our town to shop, eat. So that's a concern to me, charging that much money a year. Thank you.
Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm in support of the amendment and the main motion for now. I'm actually leaning towards not even allowing non-resident short-term rental providers. I've got concerns that if this area of the province continues to be a destination for international tourists, that's going to catch the eye of corporations and larger businesses, and they're going to wind up doing in Hinton what they're already doing in places like Vancouver and Toronto. Corporations are buying up every available property so that they can put them out on short-term rentals, and it's causing real problems with residents that live in those communities that need to find a place to rent, that need to find a place to live. It's driving the rental market out of anybody's grasp, never mind the purchasing market. People can't afford to live in their own communities, and that's something I don't want to see happen here. And I can see that potentially happening if the trend continues, that we wind up or that we continue to be a destination. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ostashik. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I agree. I think first you want to make a decision whether you want principal residence or non-principal residence. And then, because that's the decision you're making. And to me, the dollar amount jacking it up so high like that's almost borderline punitive. If you don't want non-principal residence, fine, then just say so, and then let's go to the public hearing and see what happens in the public hearing process. Let's maybe make the decision on that first and see where we stand there, and then go from there. That to me would be a more logical way to do it than playing with the dollar amount.
I have myself and Councillor Labarge. I guess to speak to both Councillor Taylor and Councillor Race. The concern is this isn't for the purposes of somebody whose principal residence is outside of Hinton. This is no longer a home. This is a business. And so what you've done is you've invested, call it $400,000 simply into the bricks and mortar of this business with very little other ongoing costs. I mean, you think about the people around this table, how many times over the course of a year have you had a hot water tank go or a heater go to the tune of $12,000? If the make or break on your business, where you don't even live there principally, is $2,000, you're in the wrong business. The fact of the matter is that if your margins are $2,000 on a $400,000 capital investment, again, you've got some pretty poor decision-making as it comes to your business models. So again, we're applying the scale of an individual household to the concept of a business, and it just doesn't equate that way. I don't want to say, to speak to your concerns, Councillor, I don't want to say to an outside business, no, we don't want you here doing business. If you can afford the capital investment in our real estate market, fine. But then you're going to bring something to the table. And the economy of scale is, I can justify to the residents that if we have, 30, 40, 50 outside businesses that want to do business here, that reduces the tax rate by 1% right there alone. For myself, I can justify that. So again, my scales are a little different than the way you're looking at things. I have Councillor Labarge, then the mayor.
We already have non-resident owners. And when I was door knocking in the election, I ran into 3 people who had complaints about non-resident Airbnbs that were on their street. And I heard the words first step, and I think I'm more comfortable making the first step prior to saying you can't do it, but I'm leaning that way.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't want to muddy this. I'll support the 2,000, but Councillor Taylor's kind of convinced me. If we are truly considering to do this, I'm starting to believe it's better for us to make that direction, which is not permanent, go through the process and hear that we are considering removing it, and then see what the feedback is. And it's better to work our way from there to re-adding a fee. Then what kind of feedback are we going to get if we're presenting a first, second, third reading without removing it? We're not going to get that feedback. So to me, I'd rather go worst case scenario or biggest change and see what kind of feedback we get from the community. So kind of changing my mind. If there's true appetite from council, let's just remove it, go through the 3 readings, a month of consultation, and see if we want to revert back to this. So I'm kind of changing my mind. If there's appetite at council, again, it's the will of council. If we were truly considering it, let's just do it now, I think, and go from there. Thank you.
I have a question that Councillor Ostashik's up for administration, and this will actually impact the way I view those last set of comments. Is there anything to stop council at a later date? Like, let's say we have a sudden influx and we're looking at, a couple hundred non-resident owners who we feel are impacting the quality of life for our citizens. Is there anything to stop us at a later date from saying, you know what, no, we're going to reevaluate this and we are going to kibosh non-resident owners in the town of Hinton from renting? Could you address that, Edmund? Mr. Hanlon?
Sorry, and I know that I believe that the author would like to. I'll start if I can. I would actually not support council in that direction, and I'll explain why. Without really clear rationale as to why you would suddenly make such a dramatic change, you're going to take a lot of heat from those non-resident operators in the future. I think at best you would likely see them grandfathered in, and provided that they continue to operate under the governing regulations that they were approved under, you'd probably be hard pressed to say, no, we don't want you anymore. And I don't know, perhaps if the author wants to speak to it, that's my opinion, but.
Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Chair, through to CEO Hamlin. I would concur with that. It is a risk that we could take. However, council again has the authority to amend their bylaws whenever they want. As CEO Hamlin said, we could do grandfathering, or again, say you decide to kibosh it. Again, maybe we can introduce a grace period. Okay, guys, you have the rest of this year or whatever, 1 more year or 6 more months, and then we're going to be weeding these out of our community for whatever reasons. And we have to provide, a good reasons why we would not support it no longer, so that we have some teeth in order for those that are operating, so that we can say, hey, no, this has been a detriment to our community and for these reasons. So this is why we no longer support this. Thank you.
Okay, then I'll clarify my feelings on that. Given that information, then I'll support the amendment to increase it to $2,000. But if it's the will of council to just outright get rid of, owners whose principal residence isn't in Hinton, I think I would probably support that rather than going down the other way, which is a change in thought pattern for me. Councillor Ostashik and Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to speak to this motion directly, I support it. I'd like to see it called to question. My understanding is that there's nothing that precludes a future motion that indicates that non-resident owners of short-term rentals won't be permitted to operate. So I'd like this to be called to question, and then subsequent discussion can happen from there. Thank you.
I have Councillor Haas, who is already in the queue, and then it's the intention of the chair to call to question. Councillor Haas?
My only comment was, and I looked at Councilor Labarge because it's an amendment, but if he withdrew his, I'd be willing to withdraw mine and then we could do that. But if you want to call it to question.
I'd like to call it the question.
Council, I'm going to call this to question. We're looking at the amendment to change the $500 indicated in Councillor Haas's original direction to $2,000 annually. Council, all those in favor? All those opposed? And that is carried 6-1 with Councillor Taylor against. And then Council, the original direction that is now on the floor but amended. No, we're okay.
No, it's
No.
right at the bottom.
This last one?
That's
Yeah.
what we're voting on now.
To seek consensus? Yeah. That non-principal residence host operators must pay an annual business license fee of $2,000. Council, all those in favor, please indicate. All those opposed, and that is also carried 6-1 with Councillor Taylor against. Council, the floor is open. I have no one in the speakers list. I think we have a couple of options at 7:18. If council feels like this is something that we need some more time with, we could direct that this come back to a future committee of the whole. If council has some low-hanging direction they'd like to put forward tonight, that's possible. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, whatever the will of council is on how far we want to go. This is a pretty big conversation though, or for me, I'm open to the alternative now as step 1B. At the very least, I would want no further nuance. And that alleviates the fear problem of 100, 200, 300 or people who these investment companies in the future coming here. At the very least, that's I don't think I can support anything less than that. And then I think there are some good points in keeping the challenges with the ones that are currently here and cutting them off and there'd be work. So it's really to find out if that conversation is, Councilor Magoon said, do we finish that conversation tonight or do we have this conversation in a couple of weeks? But yeah, I'm kind of leaning at the very minimum no more additional ones. Thank you.
Council, the speaker's queue is empty. Councillor Taylor.
I can support that.
Council? Councillor Ostashik.
In terms of continuing the conversation, this seems to me to be the only outstanding matter so far that's come up tonight. So I would prefer to carry on with this rather than go up to a future meeting.
Perfect. Council, are there any recommendations for directions for administration then to give them guidance around the notion of non-principal dwellings operators? Councillor Taylor?
I guess in support of what you just said, that no new non-principal dwelling direct administration, that no new non-principal dwelling operators be allowed to have short-term rentals. That's the right word.
CAO, I'll just go to you in terms of wording and intent. Is that, is there any concern with the wording? Does admin have any comments on that? If that's the direction of the will of council?
Sorry, Deputy Chair. Struggling to keep the planner hat off and the CEO hat on. If I'm not mistaken, there's no issue at all with the bylaw not permitting non-resident short-term rentals. That's not an issue. The issue I have is if there's no official approval for any of the existing short-term rentals within the town, it's very hard to grandfather anything because they've never been officially recognized by the town of Hinton. So I'm not entirely sure unless they have something, and I do understand that there may be some of these that were considered and approved under the bed and breakfast licensing that's offered by the town of Hinton. That may have happened with some of these. And so I don't know that for sure. Sorry, Jen. Jen and I have been texting back and forth a little bit from her time in planning and development. So, but if the difficulty is you can't grandfather something unless it was officially approved by the municipality. And so we could certainly do a bylaw that doesn't consider non-resident ownership of short-term rental properties. That's not an issue. And then council still, through the public hearing process, has the capacity to change it if they wish, and could certainly be an alternative brought forward by administration. I struggle a bit on grandfathering something that really doesn't have approval from the town.
I haven't yet given Councillor Taylor a chance to speak on this direction, so I have Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Ostasher.
Yeah, I'll withdraw my comments.
Councillor Ostasher.
Thank you. So I know this is probably going to sound a little bit counterintuitive, but I'm actually not going to support this, especially after hearing the comments of ICO Hanlon. I feel the decision needs to be made whether we want non-resident short-term rental providers or not. And as Mayor Michael said earlier, we have three readings of the bylaw and a public hearing to move through before this passes. And it's likely easier to put tight restrictions in now and then walk them back later if necessary. So as I said, it's going to sound counterintuitive, but I'm not supporting this because I'd rather actually see a motion or direction come forward that non-principal resident host operators short-term rental accommodations will not be provided or not be permitted in this bylaw. Doing a little bit of research and doing some reading, I know it might be a bit challenging, but it's doable. Canmore, Jasper, and Banff all have residency requirements for their short-term rental providers. And I think Hinton, although lesser than Canmore, Jasper, and Banff, are in a similar boat. So I think it's to our benefit to consider not allowing non-resident. There's just too much risk for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's a pretty compelling argument. That's what I think I'd support at this time too.
Perfect, thank you. There is a direction on the floor from Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor?
No, I withdrew it.
Oh, you want to, okay, sorry, I'm gonna check with the rest of council. Is there any opposition to allowing that to be withdrawn? Sorry, I misunderstood. Seeing none, then that is withdrawn. Then I have no one on the speakers list and there is no direction on the floor currently. CAO Hanlon?
And if I'm speaking too much, please let me know. I think it's important for council, as you already realize, that you owe nothing to non-resident property owners in terms of the operation of their short-term rental accommodation. They have options. It's not unusual for absentee landowners to rent their properties out. They form a critical portion of the municipality's rental market, and they have that as an option available to them. Secondly, quite frankly, they can sell their properties, and that's an option available to them. So by possibly not including non-resident property owners in this, you aren't sterilizing property. You're not taking away any sort of perceived development rights or continuation of development rights. They still have options for their property. Thank you.
Thank you. Council? Is there any further direction from council at this point? Councillor Ostashik?
I would like to direct administration to amend draft short-term rentals bylaw number 1162 to not allow non-principal residents host operated short-term rentals. I'm not sure that the wording's legislatively compliant, but you get the gist, and I'm open to amendment. Thank you.
Perfect. Would you care to speak to that, Counselor?
Yeah, well, quickly, I think I've already spoken to it. I've spoken to my concern for some of the risks. And I've also pointed to some other communities that are kind of similar to Hinton, Canmore, Banff, Jasper. They all have residency requirements for their short-term rental accommodation providers. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to strongly support this. The reason is if we don't do this, then there's an understanding that council is considering at first reading, the draft that we have there. This will say to people who this will affect to come to us at the public hearing to share their thoughts and for us to truly consider. So this to me is the ideal approach to hear the voices, and perhaps we change our mind. Otherwise, people will see a draft bylaw that shows no appetite for council to actually remove non-residential, and we won't hear their voice. So I'll support this, and I'm open to hearing that and seeing where council lands on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Labarge.
I do support this, but I propose a friendly amendment to it that current owners of non-resident short-term rental properties are grandfathered. Because they bought those properties in an environment where there weren't any rules against it. And they're standing, but when I say grandfather, that they can't sell it to another operator. They sell it as a private residence when it's time to be sold. They don't sell it as an operating business.
Thank you, Councilor Labarge. That is, Councilor Labarge is requesting that as a friendly amendment. Councilor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to accept that as a friendly amendment, though. If Councilor LaBerge wants to make it as a regular amendment, and that's his prerogative, I won't accept it as a friendly, and I'd like to speak to it.
Please.
As I said earlier, there was a time when Jasper, Banff, and Canmore didn't have rules and regulations around short-term rental providers either. They figured out a way that they put limitations on short-term rental providers to prohibit non-resident providers from doing what they did. I like to think they had the foresight to be able to see some of the challenges that other communities are facing now. In addition to that, those non-resident owners, they still have options that they can do with their property. This is only short-term rental providers. There's no prohibition from them supplying their house or their condo or their whatever it is that they own on the regular rental market, which would actually probably help bolster the local rental market, which is needed. So I feel they have options. If this is, if this is the direction that we move in, they still have viable options that they can do productive things with their properties. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, any further discussion on the amendment on the floor? Seeing none, we'll call it to question that current owners of non-resident short-term rentals are grandfathered. All those in favor, please indicate. All those opposed? And that is defeated 2-5 with Councilors Race, Mayor Michaels, Councilor Ostashik, Councilor Hawes, and Councilor Magoon against. Which brings us back up to the main motion.
Sorry, before we do that, just
Please.
To clarify, it's not a friendly amendment, though. It's an actual.
Oh, yes,
amendment,
thanks for that
so-
correction. It
so
was
the
a
vote- the
proposed
vote needs
amendment.
to be recorded as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did I say friendly?
Lost out there.
Okay.
No, I just want to make sure the minutes reflect it.
Deputy Chair, it started as a friendly amendment to that.
Perfect, perfect. So we're back up to the main motion to direct administration, before I reread the whole thing. Council, is there any additional discussion on this before I call it the question? Councilor Taylor.
Yeah, I do support it. hearing the other communities that do this, that kind of helped convince me. When I do go door to door, I did hear a couple of really pissed off people with the non-principal residents as well. Plus, we still have a chance during the public hearing process to hear comments and concerns.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Labarge.
Ditto.
Council, any further discussion on this before we call to question? Seeing none, we'll call to question to direct administration to amend draft short-term rental bylaw number 1162 to not allow non-principal resident hosts to operate short-term rentals. Council, all those in favor, please indicate. And that is carried unanimously. Council, any further direction on the floor outside of the recommended action to bring it back for the first reading and a subsequent public hearing recommendation? Is there any other work?
Can I
Councilor
just,
LeBeurre?
maybe I'll ask a question, Ms. Walker, is under the conditions of license. So item C allows you to rent up to 4 rooms in your home, but item I says there can only be 1 booking at a time in a home. So those 2 things, and let's just clarify that in the bylaw, because I don't, point C seems to be point I doesn't work. One says you can have 4 rooms, one says you can only have 1 booking.
Ms. Walker?
Yes, thank you, Chair, through to council. Yeah, this is the kind of the standard that's out there that I could find. And what it is you can have up to 4 guest rooms. And in each guest room, you can have 2 persons, not including minors. So you could have, I guess, a family or a group of that many. But you can't have 2 separate people like that are not related to rent out that space in the same house. Like 2 separate families, or that's my understanding of this provision.
Councilor Ostashik?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding of that is that, a party of 4 couples who are going on a ski weekend in Jasper could, under a single booking, book 4 rooms for the party of 8. But you can't, as the short-term rental provider, you can't book 2 rooms to this party and 2 rooms to that party on the same night, is my understanding of what that means. Thank you.
That is correct, Councilor Ostashik.
Councilor Labarge, did you have a follow-up?
Why? I mean, I don't understand why you would, I get that, but I mean, if you're a responsible homeowner and you have 4 rooms and you had 4 couples that wanted to book independently coming from Edmonton to go skiing.
I guess if I'll put myself in queue because I would speak to that. People, I think, are the problem. Because to be fair, if we're trying to avoid disrupting the surrounding neighborhood, and we're sort of looking at where are we most likely to see those disruptions, if I start mixing up potential couples or groups who don't know each other and potentially will come into conflict, I think that's much more likely to spill into the surrounding neighborhood and homes if those people start getting into, disruptive arguments or not playing well, or you took my parking spot or yada, yada, yada. I think I would much rather have, 8 people who are playing nice as opposed to, 8 people who don't know each other. That would be my own justification of that and why I support it. So, Council? Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I know it's already getting late a little bit, so I hope I understand this correctly. I don't mind not allowing 2 separate bookings on the same night, but could, like, me and my partner and Tracy and Brian book and we can stay in those 2 rooms together under 1 booking? I just want to confirm that that's allowed, correct?
Thank you, Chair, through to council. These are the tools and the policies that are set by the platforms. They have their reasons. They don't want to have house parties. They don't want to have standalone, house parties or parties where there's open invite for whoever. I think this is a way to mitigate, as well as probably increase traffic to the residents as well, because if you have everybody with their own vehicles, you're going to have extra vehicles, as opposed to maybe a family that is coming in their SUV or what have you, and they can fit 7 passengers. I mean, these are just standard regulations, and I believe they come from the platform of these Airbnbs to mitigate some of this type of disruptive activity in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks. I have myself, the CAO, and then Councillor Ostashik. Sorry, and one additional thing that I just thought of as well. Imagine traveling with, say, your 14-year-old daughter, and then booked into the same accommodation at the time as, a group of college boys up for a ski weekend. That I'm immediately concerned, right? It's not a hotel, it's designed as a house where, you're having 8 people share a bathroom. Okay, I got a concern now. So I guess that would be, for myself, my concern there. CAO and then Councillor Ostashik.
Just to reiterate, thank you, Deputy Chair, to reiterate Ms. Walker's comment. Another thing to keep in mind is that the person making the booking is responsible for the booking. So maybe we talked a little earlier about family. You don't have to be even related, but as long as you're going to essentially vouch by booking for 3 other couples that you're going to come in, not trash the place. And the other thing we haven't discussed, and I'm not suggesting we discuss it tonight, but of course it's the parking requirements here. So we've now moved to a residency requirement. So you have parking requirements for the residents. You have additional parkings per room, and this is all on site. So this all has to be managed as well. So when we start talking about the possibility of four guest rooms plus the owners, that's a pretty large property here in Hinton where they can manage all that parking on the site. So I don't throw that in to confuse it here tonight. I apologize, but that's something to keep in mind. Is it's great to contemplate up to 4 rooms, but when you start kind of the iterative process about parking and all the other things, you may not be able to practically accommodate the 4 rooms.
Thank you. Councillor Ostashik.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my comment was just going to be on that I think the reasoning behind that is a mitigation of risk to the tenants. It's not a hotel with security doors, and it's a residential house that has people intermingling, and I just think that it's mitigation of risk to make sure that non-connected parties aren't potentially mingling with each other and mitigating the risk of violence or assault or predatory behavior, sexual assault, things like that. It's much mitigated if everybody knows each other rather than individuals that are unknown to each other sharing a common space.
Councillor Haas.
Yeah. So on another matter, because I agree with everything that's being said, I don't want to mix. I guess my question is on conditions of license as well. Section E, when it says adequate liability coverage and property protection. I guess, what is adequate? Is there a standard that other communities have in this regards? Like, what is an adequate coverage and property protection? I mean, in other things, you may need to have X amount of liability, specifically $1 million, $2 million, whatever. What are we looking at here that what does adequate mean?
Ms. Walker.
Yes, thank you, Chair, through to Council. I would believe that would be under the purview of the insurance company. Now, my understanding is Airbnb, they do provide a $1 million liability for the host, as well as they do have like a damage, if there's any damage done to the property, they do have that protection. So probably adequate is because we can't verify that. That's not our realm to manage. So it would have to be up to the insurance provider of that residential host. In my, if anybody else wants to speak to that, that's how I see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, I have no one else. Councillor Taylor.
Are we in a position to move on to, I would assume it's option 2, that we take the changes we've got, we bring them back February 15th, and then we schedule a public hearing on this?
That is, if that's the will of council, yes.
I'm hoping that it is.
Can I ask one quick question before we go on? Because parking is the biggest issue as it relates to this, and then I'll turn it over to you. Is, it says provide one off-street parking per guest room. If you're renting the whole place, there's 3 bedrooms. Do you have to have 3 parking stalls?
Correct,
Yes.
off-street. Correct, off-street. They would have to not be including in your garage. We do know that some people park on the street, and that is public parking up to 72 hours, but under the land use bylaw, it is a requirement that they provide 1 off-street parking stall per guest room.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Taylor, did you want to make a direction?
Yeah, for finish with this topic, I move that we do option 2 here in the direct administration to bring back short-term rental bylaw 1162 for first reading with the suggested changes to the regular meeting of February 15th. And then the second part, that committee direct administration to schedule public hearing at the regular council meeting of March 15th in the council chambers to hear public comments on short-term rental bylaw 1162. I think we've covered the main points here thoroughly.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, is there any discussion on that before we look to call the question? Councillor Ostashik.
Not, just a comment quickly. I just want to express my appreciation to administration for the work that they've done in bringing this bylaw back. Compared to the first draft that we came with, I know there was quite a few requested changes and some disappointment expressed in the first draft of the bylaw. This one, though, I thought was great, and it's something I'm more than happy to support moving forward. So appreciation to administration for bringing this version of the draft bylaw. I can see the work that went into it, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll put myself in queue there because I think it's important to identify probably in addition to that, the patience on administration's part for taking into account all of the varying directions that sort of grew out of these discussions. There was a lot. So thanks for your patience in time that goes into hearing that.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Ditto.
Council, any further discussions before we look to call the question? Very well, seeing none. When that's up, we'll call that to question. So we will call the question that committee direct administration to bring the short-term rentals bylaw number 1162 for first reading with suggested changes to the regular meeting on February 15th, 2022, and that committee direct administration to schedule a public hearing at the regular council meeting of March 15th, 2022 in council chambers to hear public comments on short-term rentals bylaw number 1162. Council, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Council, is there any further discussion on that item before we move into our discussion item scheduled for this evening? CAO?
I'm sorry, Deputy Chair, we do have a third action item, just a reminder.
Oh, you absolutely are right.
And if I could, just under your procedural bylaw, we are nearing 8 o'clock, and just a reminder.
That's well put. Council, let's start with the fact that it's 7:46. We'll deal with the question of time and what the will of council is. Councilor Lavarge.
Move to extend the meeting.
Okay, very well. Thanks, Council. Any discussion on that point? Seeing none, we have a motion to extend. Council, all those in favor, please indicate. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, CAO. And we will go to the third action item that was brought over. And that was the transfer over from our closed session. So this would be the rapid housing initiative contribution. And CAO, I believe we'll turn it over to you in this bit.
One moment, Deputy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Chair, you have electronically the item from Mr. Kovacs, excuse me, and we'd like to update that one. So with the announcement here of CMHC, Scott has updated his report. So if you don't mind, I will, and Jen will be putting this out there. Has a bit more information that supplements what you received.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. And I will ask Mr. Kovacs, all yours.
Thank you, Interim CEO Hanlon, through to Council. This evening, we have in front of us information with regards to the Rapid Housing Initiative and the contribution agreement that we've received through CMHC with regards to an application that we put together for 8 units, 8 affordable, sustainable housing units. And we have discussed this in camera, but I would like to just start briefly by going through some history to bring us to where we are today. The Macmillan land, or pardon me, the Bhutan lands were purchased with the express purpose of residential development to accommodate seniors housing with a consideration for affordability. November of 2018, bylaw 1127 received a reading that authorized council to incur indebtedness to purchase the Bhutan lands. In February 2019, administration presented council information for a memorandum of purchase disclosure to talk about the specifics of the land that was purchased, the Bhutan lands, which was formerly the Macmillan lands. October 27, 2020, a design charrette was completed and presented to council, a standing committee, and it recommended the town pursue 3 options. The approach that was chose was a collaborative partnership in the development of the Bhutan lands and to seek grant funding for affordable housing. On December 10th, 2020, the town of Hinton applied to the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation's Rapid Housing Initiative with the assistance of Colliers, a consultancy firm that has expertise in the field of housing project management associated with CMHC projects. The town of Hinton, in their application, was declined for the winter of 2020, with the grant being oversubscribed by 600,000, or pardon me, 600%, not 6,000%. Sorry about that. In August 30th of 2021, the town of Hinton received an application opportunity for a second intake through CMHC, and it was successful, and we were awarded that in December of 2021. And the first submission in round 1 had estimated costs for project servicing of $1.784 million based on the design charrette report that was presented. Since then, in the second application, being retooled from 20 units down to 8 units, the new application that was submitted qualified or estimated, pardon me, the scope of work for the development services to be approximately $820,000 for those 8 units. In December 22nd, 2021, the town executed the RHI agreement, and on January 4th, 2022, the CMHC transferred the contribution of $2.258 million on behalf of the Government of Canada into our account for this project. what we would like to do tonight is to talk about the details that are important to bringing this project to fruition and to understanding the commitments on behalf of the town and the timelines as far as bringing the project to completion. And so at this point in time, I would like everyone to have a brief look at page 3, which allows us to understand some of the finer details of the project. It does indicate the minimum standards for the unit sizes based on our application through CMHC. It also indicates the length of the project commitment from the town based on our contribution agreement with CMHC. And then we further go into greater detail about the design and procurement process that's associated with bringing the project online and to fruition. And so at this point in time, before we answer any questions, I would like to ask Diana to join us and to explain to us and provide a brief overview of the procurement and the design and build criteria, and then we can entertain some questions.
I am just going to quickly go to Councillor Ostashik. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for administration. Is there any timeline risk or anything that would be affected if we choose to postpone this discussion to a future meeting? The reason I'm asking, we just got handed some updated documents that contain at least a full page of additional information that I haven't even had time to read yet, much less digest and think about and be prepared to ask questions for. Thank you.
Yeah, administration, Mr. Kovac, if you could speak to that, please.
Yes, Chairperson McGowan, through to Councillor Ostashik. My comments are with caution that if we are to do this, that it would be as soon as possible from the perspective of protocol with regards to our meetings and then our ability to make a decision to move forward. One of the things that we have to be cautious of, or conscious of, pardon me, is that in our contribution agreement, we are to complete this project by March of 2023. But that being said, that there is actually a 25% occupancy requirement for October 31st of this year. So what I'm saying that when we've been in contact and conversations with Colliers, our consultant that has got us this far, they're saying that currently we're already at a point where we should be entertaining procurement, right? So my suggestion, Councillor Ostashik, is that if we did delay this, that I would suggest that it would be at our earliest opportunity for us to provide a decision.
I'm going to go to interim CAO Hanlon.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you, Scott. Just to follow on Mr. Kovac's comments, we now have, of course, the press release today, which is public. This is a matter, and if you take a look on the final page 9 of 9 in your package, you see the two options or alternatives suggested by administration. So in my opinion, this can come back to the February 1st meeting, which would allow council the opportunity to review this week. We can still bring this back, essentially this exact document, and consider an action or consider the possible action at the February 1st meeting of council.
Thank you, interim CAO. I'll allow Councillor Ostashik to follow up, and then Councillor Taylor.
I'd just like to see consensus of council to postpone the rapid housing operational business case update to the February 1st, 2023 meeting.
Okay. Let's see here. Jen, that's a motion to, or direction to postpone. While you're getting that up, I will go to Councillor Taylor.
Is the new information is 4 sentences on one table? Is that the only new information? On pages 2 and 3? That's all I see that's new.
Councillor Ostashik, if you don't mind, you brought up that concern, so I'll let you address it if you care to.
From what I see.
No, I'm asking Scott, well, whoever can answer it.
Well, I'd like to start with Councillor Ostashik. That formed the basis of one of his concerns, if he chooses to.
Yeah, fine. From what I see, pretty much the bottom of page 2 and then all of page 3. Up and even part of page 4 up the back now is new unless I'm missing something, but I can't say like that. I think you're right. So I don't know.
Mr. Kovac, can you comment on that, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. We're going through to Mr. Ostashik or Mr. Stewart.
Councillor Taylor's concern.
Sorry, Taylor. Yeah, so yeah, it's more than just a couple of paragraphs. There is greater detail with regards to the services that would be provided by, in this particular assumption, Colliers or whoever would be our, for lack of better words, turnkey manager, project manager, and some of the deliverables that would be associated with those, with the timeline. So I think it's important that the information is obviously poured over, but for me to say that there's very little new information would be an incorrect statement.
Thanks. In that case, I probably support his motion.
Thank you. Councillor Labarge.
I'm confused then because and this is a question actually. So page 6, we have names of people in the project management team. And I mean, it was one of my initial questions. So in the initial document that I got, it said, we're going to pay Colliers $209,000 to perform function. And I wasn't sure if that was to raise the money, but I'm have they been contracted? Is that our guy? What additional services are they going to provide? Some background?
Point of order. There's a motion on the floor and this Councillor Berge's comment is related to the motion.
Yeah, that's, I'll rule that in order. Councillor
Okay, no,
Labarge, yeah, we'll withdraw back to the queue for you. And then we'll vote again. We'll seek any additional comments on the direction on the floor. Council, are there any additional comments on the direction on the floor to postpone? Councillor Taylor?
No, I'm good to postpone as long as we can ask a bunch of questions after that.
It's still within the will of council to, I believe, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To my knowledge, if it's postponed, then we move on. It's off the table.
Okay.
And if I may speak to it, I support postponing it. I know that we were ready for some questions. Now we'll be able to provide this document to the public on Friday. They'll see it. They'll provide us with any input also. And then we can go through all the questions next week. So it worked out. It helped that the announcement came out today. So now we're able to share more info. I'd like to regroup next week too. And again, a big part of this is not us 7. It's the public will be able to read this and share this and look at it and communicate anything to help us in our discussion. So,
Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we missing the things that we refer to down at 9?
Councillor Rice, again, do you have a question regarding the direction on the floor to postpone?
Well, I think it does speak to that. Oh, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, okay.
No, right now we're dealing strictly with the direction to postpone. It will impact future questions potentially. Do you have a comment on the direction to postpone? Okay. Council, any further comments on the direction to postpone? Seeing none, we'll call it to question. To seek consensus to postpone the updated rapid housing initiative to the regular council meeting of February 1st, 2022. Councillor Stashik.
Sorry, that's not the motion I made. To postpone the rapid housing operational business case update.
The rapid housing, go ahead, sorry.
Rapid housing operational business case update. Rest, that's fine. Thank you.
Council, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So, yes, and I do appreciate those comments from the mayor. We will move on. To,
I don't know if I can ask a question.
no,
No.
to the discussion items. So, sorry, Councillor Taylor, the mayor was correct when he informed me that a motion to postpone immediately postpones it until the date indicated, which is why Councillor Rice can't follow up with her question. It will be postponed until the February 1st meeting.
Okay. That's another question to you.
Council, we will be moving on to our discussion items, labeled discussion item number 1, the addition of Trails Committee by Councillor Hawes. Councillor Hawes?
Yeah, to be honest with you, with the lateness of the hour and we still have other matters to come, I'd be more than happy to consider kicking this down the road a bit. It's not an essential conversation to have right at this time. So, and I look to, again, the agenda prep committee to reschedule this if council is, if there's consensus for that, so.
Council, any quick comments or direction on that? Councillor
Just
Stashik?
a comment, it's an agenda item, so wouldn't it need a direction to postpone or
Yeah.
something?
And I'm more than happy to do that. So I move to postpone the Trails Committee discussion. MD 2381.
Do you have a preferred date?
I would just
Councillor?
say to a future committee of the whole meeting.
And then we'll leave that up to Councillor Ostashik and the mayor, because, yeah, as the agenda prep committee. Council, any discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll wait until we see it on the screen.
Trails Committee MD 2381.
Council? We'll call this to question. To seek consensus to postpone the Trails Committee MD 2381 to a future committee of the whole meeting. Council, all those in favor, please indicate. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. That moves us on to discussion item 2, affordable seniors housing Bhutan lands. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be in camera.
It can be, if you'd like us, if there's anything you want to say out of camera. Otherwise, we can make a direction to move in camera.
Yeah, can I make a direction to move in camera?
Absolutely. Council, any discussion on the request to move in camera? Seeing none, we'll call that to question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously, and we will move into camera.
Are we off recording?
No.
You already have yours.
Yeah.
Jeez, dude. You're not at lunch today?
Old people need good nutrition. It's more important than younger people. You guys understand this.
Stuart Knobs.
Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order at 8:35 p.m. Council, I think barring any additional discussion, we are ready to move on to the fire underwriters study. Councilor,
We had a third discussion item.
Oh,
I had
sorry.
asked to discuss the April 5th
yes,
meeting.
thank you very much. Keep going back to my notes. So yes, the April 5th meeting, we'll move on to that. Councilor Labarge.
Well, it's, I know that Mayor Michaels, myself, and Councilor Stashik are all going. When I talked to Nancy, she'd indicated that there's a lot going on the Tuesday. Wednesday, it starts at 1. So even a Tuesday meeting, just to get there for the opening start of the thing is gonna be virtually impossible. So I thought if we had our meeting on the Monday instead, that would give us the opportunity then to attend the full conference.
Thank you. Councilor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no problem changing the meeting date if that's the will of council. I just want to clarify though, I'm not attending this.
Oh, you're not?
No,
Okay.
So it's only 2 councilors that won't be here.
Council? Seems really there's 2 choices. We can make a direction to Councilor Haas.
I appreciate that, but we still have quorum to do the meeting on a regular and not change the flow of it. I mean, I appreciate, I'd love to have you guys on board, but we still have quorum with you guys going, and in time from time to time, that's gonna happen. So, I mean, it's will of council, but I feel that we could continue on with the Tuesday.
Councilor Taylor.
We'll be limp along, but we'll
Oh,
do.
whatever.
Council? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the Councilor Haas comment, the context just changed in 30 seconds though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Having 4 people at a regular meeting, and if it's not, even if I'm here, like, it's not ideal to run with 4 and something happens. So it's good to plan. The fact that now it would take 2 members of council to be sick or be away on top of the 2 that are guaranteed changes a lot. So I'm fine keeping it in the agenda prep committee. Will do their thing, and yeah, thanks for Councilor Stashik letting us know that that's not the case. So.
Councilor Haas.
Yeah, to clarify, I appreciate, yeah, with 3 of you guys gone, that was a different story.
That was my thought.
Yeah, and I appreciate, I didn't mean anything by that at all. and
You can't hurt my feelings.
So, but I.
Through the chair, please, gentlemen.
Now with that,
Thank you.
now with that information, yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Council, any further discussion or direction on that item?
No.
Seeing none, we will move on to our informational items, page 37 of our agenda package, the fire underwriters survey, and we will turn it over to admin.
Thank you, sir. The chief is with us. We're dealing with pages 37 to 41 of your agenda package, and I'll turn it over to the chief.
Thank you, interim CAO Hanlon. Through the chair, if I may. Good evening once again, committee. Tonight, administration is presenting the fire underwriters study, which is often referred to as a FUS report for short. In 2018, the Fire Master Plan conducted by Bear Integrated Solutions recommended that the town of Hinton request an underwriter's study to update and potentially receive an upgrade of the insurance ratings within the municipality. The professional assessment serves to validate the recommendations of the Fire Master Plan and also helps to establish appropriate fire insurance rates for local brokers to charge their clients. The report outlines 7 recommendations for areas of improvement to the fire services, which could potentially further improve our gradings. The simplest way to describe how the grading system works is that we are graded on a scale of 1 through 10, 1 being the best and 10 indicating that we are essentially unprotected. It should be noted that our rating for residential properties in Hinton moved from a 6, which is considered semi-protected, to a 2, which is almost fully protected, and the highest grading that we can possibly get with a composite fire department. The only way to get a higher rating would be to have an entirely full-time fire department, fully trained and fully equipped to insurance standards. On the commercial industrial side, we moved from a grade of 6 to a grade of 4. There is still room for improvement in this regard, but will require a long-term strategy to obtain that. What the underwriters evaluate to determine the rating is or includes our personnel, be they full-time, part-time, volunteer, and the number of available firefighters in the event of a call. Training levels of everyone on the department, the service level policy, which is established by council, operating procedures and policies, our equipment and apparatus, including maintenance schedules, their age and their type. They evaluate infrastructure, including fire station locations, the hydrants, our water reservoir capacity, water distribution system, and the flow capacity of the fire department. Our programming is evaluated as well, including education, prevention, inspection, and our mutual aid agreements that are in place. The 7 recommendations are outlined in the report with my following comments, but if I skip to the analysis section, implementing the recommendations of this report will require a strategic plan and the support of this and future councils, and any changes will not happen immediately. As improvements to our systems and processes occur, such as the purchase of the new rated pump that we'll be getting, or changes in personnel, they will be reported to the underwriters so that our rating can be updated and communicated to the insurance brokers in town in a timely manner. Any recommendations that have a financial implication to the town will have to be weighed and measured and then requested in future budget processes. And with that, if council has any questions, I might provide an answer for.
Great, thanks, Mac. I'll lead the charge here. Mac, when I was looking at the human resources side of things, so this plan, the recommendation basically says, to bring about a phased implementation between 2023 and 2027. So essentially 5 years out. And a highlight of the HR increases that I saw was essentially expanding more firefighters to officer positions, increasing the fire prevention inspector position. But then the one that I really hope I'm reading wrong, but I don't think I am, is number 4 on page 38 of 182, and then the top of 39. So let me know if I'm reading this properly. It says currently our equivalent firefighter units are at 9.97. Their recommendation is to move up to 36. So essentially we're at like just over 1/4 of their recommended strength for between now and 2027. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that's a very good question and a good observation. So to get that rating of 1, we would need 36 full-time firefighters. And that is not a realistic expectation for the town of Hinton now or in the near future. But the way they calculate the numbers of full-time equivalents is 4 volunteers equate to 1 full-time person. So yeah, they're recommending 36 people. By my calculation, to run a well-run composite fire department, we need to provide some additional training to our existing personnel so that they can take on officer roles. In future, we may have to hire additional chief officer staff, and we should bump our numbers from 30. We're currently sitting at 30 volunteers. We probably should have 36 volunteers.
Okay, thanks, Mac. That alleviates my concerns a lot. Councillor Haas.
Yeah, just a question about number 7, hiring a fire prevention inspector investigator. We've had this conversation in the past, knowing that, inspections are typically done by complaint basis or other, and just the amount that we have. Is this something that, I mean, obviously we can hire somebody, but is this something that a contracted service could provide to our community? Either ongoing or at least into get us, we're to a place where existing staff could keep up?
Through the chair, that's a tough question. We would have to give them designation of powers as a safety codes officer to provide inspections or investigation services in our town. That's not an impossibility. We could also provide designation of powers to mutual aid partners to augment our own staff. It's not ideal. We are, in the meantime, while we grow into these recommendations, we are using our volunteer force and providing training and also giving designation of powers to people that already have the training in safety codes, fire discipline, so that we can start addressing with some vigor the inspection program.
If I may,
Yeah.
because I was happy to hear about the additional inspectors you were talking about previously, so that's good to hear. So this isn't contracted services, and then isn't something, a practice that other communities typically would do, then, is what I'm kind of hearing you say based on some of the complications of it.
No, through the chair, in uncertified communities under the safety codes, the provincial government actually does the inspections for them. If we didn't have a quality management plan, they would do it for us. But the likelihood of actually having an inspection done by an inspector in the province is next to nothing. Currently, there are 2 field service advisors that work for the province, and they don't leave the city of Edmonton.
Okay, thank you.
Council, I have no one on the floor. If there's nothing else, there is a recommended action, or you can follow with Councillor Haas.
I'd like to move, just to make sure I got the right one here. That committee direct administration to bring the phase implementation of the fire underwriter study recommendations as part of the 2023 to 2027 budget process.
And would you care to speak to that, Councillor Haas?
No, not really.
Okay. Council, any discussion or questions on the direction on the floor? Seeing none, we'll call it to question. That committee direct administration to bring the phased implementation of the fire underwriter study recommendations as part of the 2023 to 2027 budget process. Council, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Council, thank you very much, Matt. We appreciate your patience on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Council, is there anything else on that point before we move on? Then seeing none, we are prepared to move into reporting. We'll begin with council reporting, and I'll begin at the far side with Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only one thing to report. I had a meeting with the Hinton Youth Advisory, and they are an extremely engaged group. Yeah, really, really enjoyed it. And that's it, sir.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Labarge.
My dog's not feeling well. Outside of that, I don't have much support.
Councillor Taylor.
I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a productive meeting with Minister Pond and MLA Long. Really having those preliminary conversations with these ministers to make sure that they're well aware that Hinton wants to continue to deal with seniors and housing, even with the good news with the grant regarding this rapid initiative, and that we'll be in communication and inviting staff to connect with their staff too. I know we've said it before, they're there to listen. They'll meet with us at any time And she's looking to come to Hinton sometime in the spring and hopefully make a visit here, with either council or a lunch meeting or something. So it was a great meeting, getting us on the radar and making sure that our administration is aware to make sure to work with our provincial government in order to partner up on tackling their ultimate goal of seniors and in housing. And for me, that's all. Thank you.
Do you have a question, Councillor Taylor?
Yeah.
Please.
How are we making out on inviting Prasad Panda with the infrastructure minister? Thinking water treatment. Have we made any progress there, or are we doing that?
Well, Councillor Magoon and myself met with Minister Panda.
So I meant for a visit to Hinton to look at our unique facility, that sort of thing.
Okay, if I may,
Please.
I can put out that invitation to Mr. Panda to come. Yeah, I'm just trying to think out loud of I guess provide me with any input or what you would like that kind of meeting to be about, or any topics of conversation, or what that structure would look like. And then I'll contact Minister Panda and make the invite.
Great.
Thank you. Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had the opportunity for a follow-up meeting with some of the staff at Development Services regarding some of the questions and confusion around the Beaver Boardwalk Community Oversight Committee that came up last week. So just wanted to confirm that February 22nd is going to be the date that Development Services is going to present recommendations to council regarding the Maxwell Lake Bridge rehabilitation project. So that was good news to hear, because that falls in line with the Beaver Boardwalk Community Oversight Committee schedule of meetings. So the Oversight Committee will have the opportunity to review the tender document, be able to ask questions and make recommendations that'll come back to council when it's presented on the 22nd. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Haas.
Yeah, just one matter, just to build off of Councillor Grace's, I do attended the youth committee. Started to talk strategically, what does our youth want to accomplish during their term? So we started to bounce some ideas around there. We also started to brainstorm volunteer opportunities in our community as well. So, and I just want to thank Heather Mark, she's been, her and also James Everett from the youth center there, very helpful in guiding these conversations and then getting information out to us as well. So I'm excited to see what the next meeting brings and some more clarity on those things. So thank you.
Great, thank you. I have nothing to report. I will move to urgent matters.
Mr. Chair, maybe I will just quickly, a reminder, Thursday, the 27th is the Community Futures Board meeting. And there is an open invitation to council to attend. So,
thank you, Councillor. Council, urgent matters. Any urgent matters? Seeing none, we will move on to the Chief Administrative Officer report.
5 days in.
Oh, that's good.
It's been very good. It's been busy in ILI, and I do appreciate the opportunity to get out with Councillor Haas this morning and the first of the tours, and working with some of the other councillors to schedule those tours. I think they're a benefit for both of us on a one-to-one basis to better understand one another, and a chance for you to kind of show me this special community and point out some of the things that maybe are the top of your mind that possibly we're missing here in the building. And I will say strategically, and I always encourage my staff to get out in the field. We often get locked into the building and don't get out there enough for administration. So I do appreciate this chance to meet with each of you out there. I shared earlier with Councillor Race, I joked with a friend of mine, reached out after my first day and said, "So how was your first day?" And I said, "Well, I sat down at 8:10 and staff started talking, and at 6 o'clock they stopped." So I heard a lot in my first day. I heard a lot every day since, but the first day it was a lot of offloading with just with everyone. Overall, very positive. I didn't hear, despite the workload and some of the vacancies we're struggling with administratively and people doubling up on duties and COVID and working remotely and hybrid situations. And honestly, a really positive culture despite all of that. I'm thrilled by that. I've come into a really toxic culture and had to do some work. And I'm pleased that I don't feel that coming on here. I'm still getting caught up, so forgive me. And, if I'm speaking too much during these sessions, please let me know. I'll do my best to stay within my role. Possibly I'll just leave it at that. I do understand that we'll be in camera next Tuesday, and there'll be that greater chance for some of the expectations of council and coordinate that and identify that going forward on my continued onboarding and the expectations of the ICAO.
Perfect. CEO, did you have anything to add regarding status report, the council action pending list, or anything related?
Honestly, Deputy Chair, really nothing at this time. I'll get a chance to go over that with my staff and make sure it's current.
Perfect, thank you. Then we will move on to Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, with respect to the action pending list, I'm wondering when we might see an update on MD 2235 and MD 1884. Looks like the dates have been changed. ATE. Okay. So I believe there's an update due to council on this.
Sorry, Councillor, I missed the MD number, sorry.
Oh, yeah, 2235.
Okay.
And 1884 on page 6.
Okay, I got those.
So been for a little bit of discussion on the ATE program recently. And I'm wondering when council would be brought up to speed on that program, some of the past directions.
If I could, if this is the appropriate.
Yeah, absolutely, sure.
I'm taking a look at, if you look on MD 1884 at the bottom of the page, the additional comments, it reads on hold, this program remains on hold until December 1st of 2022. Is that council's understanding that it's on hold, or? I see the comments for 2235. And so I'll have to touch base and see if that's been actioned at all, but I see the on hold comment. I'm curious.
I'm going to go CAO, I'll go to Councillor Ostashik and then I'll chime in afterwards, perhaps. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my recollection of MD 1884 was that direction was made, but then subsequent to that direction being made, we found out that the provincial government had put a freeze on any changes to existing ATE programs, and that's why it's now indicated that it's on hold until December 1st, 2022, because we can't go to RFP for it. It doesn't allow any changes.
Yeah, and I have myself up next. I think maybe this might be one of those areas where it would be better to bring your concerns to the CAO's attention, give him a chance to get his bearings, and
Okay.
that, that would be my recommendation. I doubt he's going to be able to give us a very strong answer at this point in time.
You're right.
If I could, Deputy Chair, I'm just reading, so our current contract is in place till the end of this year. No, sorry. It expired at the end of 2021. It was supposed to.
So if I may, CAO, I think that's part of the crux of the problem that, don't allow me to speak for you, Councillor Taylor. The Councillor Taylor is trying to bring up is some of the concerns there. And again, that's why I think we're not going to have, I don't think you'll be able to speak to it as well this evening. And that one might be best addressed via email and giving you a chance to research into it. Councillor Haas? Councillor Taylor, did you want to follow up at all on that one?
No, you're good. You're right.
Okay. Council, sorry, CAO, and you had said nothing else. I was about to move to legislative services. Any concerns, council, if we move on to that? Okay, seeing none. Legislative services update. Assuming we have nothing at this point in time with that position being vacant.
Nothing at this time, and vacant and the recruitment continues.
Okay, thank you. Executive assistant logistics information. Council, we do still have closed session to deal with. If we're prepared to furnish direction, Mr. Mayor.
I'll move to go to closed session.
Very well. Council, any discussion? Seeing none, call to question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And then, sorry. Okay, council, we'll call this meeting back to order, having moved out of closed session at 9:09. Councilor Hawes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move. Receive consensus. That council direct administration, it's the first one, option Jen. That the council direct administration bring back the application for the Community Engagement Advisory Committee to the February 1st, 2022 regular council meeting for decision.
Thank you, Councilor. Council, any discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll just make sure that we've got that captured, and then we'll call to question. Here,
Okay.
Go ahead.
That council direct administration bring back the application for the Community Engagement and Advisory Committee to the February 1st, 2022 regular council meeting for decision.
very well. Council, any discussion on that? Seeing none, then we'll call it the question. The council direct administration to bring back the application for the community engagement and advisory committee to the February 1st, 2022 regular council meeting for decision. Council, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Council, there is still business in closed session. Councilor Hawes.
I'd like to move that we go back in closed session.
Very well. Thank you, Councilor. Council, further discussion on that? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously, and we will move into closed session.